Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Chud Watch. I hope you are all having a fantastic Monday. We're in the middle of a hype train. That's wonderful. We're at 77% to level 1. Remember, it's still Subtember, so all subs are 20% off. It is the month of shameless self-promotion. I will feel no shame. Welcome everyone. Jeff Millards with 30 bits says the first gubernatorial election of 2021 is tomorrow. Go Newsom. Hey, if you're in California, go vote. Go vote in California. Don't let the dumb assholes win. I'm not even saying you have to like the current governor. What I am telling you is the competition is worse. Go make a strategic choice, please. Excessive Observer, thanks for 16 months. Much appreciated. Quiet 185, thank you for 8 months. Austin Rosenberg with 40 bits and a transphobic TikTok that we can take a look at. You know what? No. I'm gonna make a mental health choice and not watch that. I know you gave me bits, but I'm not in the mood for transphobic shit today. Not particularly. I'm sorry. Rageology with 100 bits. Morok says, trying to convince my GMs to let my time-traveling cat girl invent the Cybermen. They aren't having any of it. Apparently stripping commoners of free will is an evil act and will elevate you to big bad evil status. For most players, clearly they lack vision. Nick says, redoing my 120-star route today and learning 120-star non-stop. It's going to be a fun ride. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that while you listen to me prattle on about nonsense. We are at 41% to level 2. H-Baird with 100 bits says, I'm actually going into work for the next few weeks instead of working from home. I'd forgotten just how awful commuting was. It really is, isn't it? Why? Why? Why go in? You know? It's just dumb. MSKTB89, thanks for 3 months as well. I got through my first trimester of subscribing. The sub-embryo is developing teeth and gonads at this stage. That's the best part. Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting tier 1 sub. Jeff Millard says, if the Republican wins in California and Feinstein has to leave office early, he will appoint a Republican senator in her place. Please vote if you live in California. That would be great. Bitter Grin, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Church of Deborah, thanks for subscribing at tier 1. Nick with 30 bits has also got 2 16-star non-stop PBs on Saturday. Current PB is 1648, but I know I can do better. Well, good luck. Devolio11, thanks for 9 months, says, you're officially my stream baby mama. What's this little bastard's name? This little bastard's name is Little Bitty Bastard. That's the name of this sub, baby. Lyra Me, thanks for subscribing with Prime. They've subscribed for 6 months. Thank you. Cherry Tree Boy says, with 100 bits, hey Han, is it okay if I share a GoFundMe I have for an emergency for a pet? If not, that's totally fine. Go for it. What's this? Oh yeah, the She-Hulk thing. I saw this. I literally was at, today, Baja and I went to the mall, and I got some new clothes, which are cute, which I'm sure you'll see in upcoming streams. And along with some other stuff. Yeah, I saw this when you were sitting at the mall eating a pretzel, and I showed this to her. Basically, people being like, oh my god, She-Hulk, why does it all have to be woke? Stan Lee is rolling in his grave, when Stan Lee literally was the co-creator of She-Hulk. Just annoying. Very annoying. Prokagam, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. The hype train is now at, let us see. Level 4 is complete. 41% to level 5. We're probably gonna get to we've had an incredible streak of getting to level 5 the past couple weeks. Probably because of Subtember. X Flowers for Brains with 30 bits.
Why is that even beautiful women, bad bitches, are single today? It's simple. Feminist.
Appropriate response. Hockeygon, thanks for gifting another sub. Alpaca Sant says, Larry Elder scares me, to be honest. Didn't he say he doesn't think there should be a minimum wage? Like, what the fuck? It's weird watching a country disintegrate, you know? It's weird. So what are we looking at today? If you were at the patron-only live stream yesterday, which you should become a patron if you enjoy the stream and want to help support it. At the patron-only live stream yesterday, we found some interesting videos. This was one of them. This is a femboy ASMR video that we're gonna listen to. So, get excited for that. It's 9/11 themed. Bass has something new. The Quartering's mad about vaccine mandates for businesses. Elliot is obsessed with orgasms. We're gonna find out what that vegan teacher thinks about 9/11. This guy's obsessed with testosterone. This guy's also mad about vaccine mandates, maybe some cope and all that jazz. And then Peter. You get it. A little bit of new, a little bit of old. Wait, why do you people recognize the anime person? You goddamn degenerates. Is that like a known... Is that like a known femboy or something? They're notorious for many reasons. Probably the video. Oh, it's the anime character specifically, not the person. Why are they known? Just for the porn? They have porn of that anime character? Why? Oh, by the way, I went to the mall in town for the first time today. Baha and I did. And they had a whole weeb store. It was a store just full of... Whoa! Okay. Wow. Alright. Anonymous gifter gifts 50 tier 1 subs and collapses the hype train. 893% of level 5. That's insanity. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's... You people are so fucking generous. It's insane. Mike Max with a link. It's comfortable. I feel something hard. Is it your phone? That's my... Senpai, what happened? Nothing. Oh, because penis. Jesus Christ. Morok says, Astolfo is very popular in 34, partly because there was a cosplayer who did not say for cosplay, and he had a monster cock. Sky Comet Fallen says, Astolfo is Fate franchise anime. Okay. Chrysia says, it got lost in the subs. Astolfo is the femboy. Stone Corbell says, I'm going to hop on this hype train. Thank you. You know, I'm doing decent in losing weight, and hopefully by next year I'll be, you know, where I want to be or whatever, or at least closer to it. It makes me sad that, like, I'll never be as attractive as I want to be. And that makes me a little sad. I've been sad about that recently. Like, I don't think I'll ever be traditionally attractive. And that's a bummer. The dick was bigger than a monster can? That's too big. That's too big. Okay. Now that the hype train's over after we killed it, let's go and watch this, I guess. Alright. Feel my pain, because I had to watch this yesterday, because, no, someone didn't send this to me, I found it on a cringe subreddit.
Huh? Why am I so big? In more ways than one. What's up with this? Why are so many men trying to enter me? They're going up my elevators and into my stairwells. I'm so big that everyone can see up my skirt. They're gonna see my boy parts. What? I'm not an office building. I'm just a normal boy. When my master finds out how many other guys have been inside me, he's not gonna want me anymore. What's that? I hear a sound approaching me from behind. What's even going on here? I see another tower next to me. Am I in New York? Huh? I see a plane approaching. He's going too fast. Oh no! It can't be. Someone used their noble phantasm on the North Tower. Oh, I hope that everybody inside there is okay. I couldn't protect them at all. Wow, what's this? I hear another plane approaching, this time from my behind. But I'm a tower. I can't move out of the way. I can't see it, but I think that plane is going to crash into me just like it crashed into the North Tower. No, it can't be. American Airlines Flight 175. That's bigger than anyone I've ever taken before. I don't know if I can do it. It's going too deep inside me. All of the men that are inside of me are going to get crushed. Oh no, everyone that was in me is currently trying to get out at once. It feels too good. It's so good that I can feel steam coming out of my top. I can feel my body. It's getting hotter. It feels like there's nanothermite going off inside of me. Oh, if only George Bush could see me now. It feels so good that I think I'm gonna collapse.
This is just on YouTube.
Yo, we're gonna be doing the you laugh. Let me wait.
So that's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. Alpha Cent says this is pain. Princess Amelia says I think I may actually have this exact image of Astolfo saved somewhere on my computer. It is. It's all downhill from here, guys. Don't worry. That was the peak. We've peaked. M Fjart, thanks for 6 months. Foxy the Friend says, I literally just got here. Is this 9/11 fan fiction? It's 9/11 hentai femboy ASMR. Bitter Grin says, the fuck was that shit? Tube Man says, Fate fans are fucking weird. Mike Max says, Astolfo is based on a real person. Almost all the servant characters are in the Fate franchise, but some have some changes, as in the series King Arthur is a woman named Artoria. Can I click on this? Ah, yeah. Winter O'Hare, thanks for 16 months, as I'm an anime fan and I feel the need to apologize. I accept your apology. Anime was a mistake. Rachology says, hey Hannah, I know dysphoria can be crippling, so know that you're beautiful and charming. Also, fuck you for making me aware that video exists. You're welcome. Amazing Physicist says, so I decided to treat myself and got a nice haircut and highlights. I'm blonde, so it makes it blend better and not to be as dark since I'm inside all the time. I had 3 students realize my hair was different and all of them were guys. It's hilarious to me, and none of the other teachers noticed my hair. Well, I'm sure it looks lovely. I gotta make a hair appointment too. I've been meaning to. I literally haven't had my hair done in like a year, so it's just like, pfft. Noetic Fox, thanks for 4 months, is fascinating stuff. Truly the stuff of dreams while on LSD. Haven't had the experience. Couldn't speak to it. So anyway, what are we going to start with? Mike Max with a link to an image. Oh yeah, the screen wasn't on when I showed that. I did click on it earlier, sorry. That's the King Arthur character. Can you get a link to that ASMR video? Yeah. Where is it? Did I not? Oh, I know. There it is.
Huh?
Oopsie. There you go. Mike Max with a link. Oh, you did the wrong link. That'll do it.
Hello, sir. We're with the church hidden in the leaves. Today, we're spreading the word of Naruto Uzumaki, as well as the other 3 prophets, Deku, Tanjiro, and Eren Yeager. Oh, well, I've actually been watching Attack on Titan and Tatakai. Do you know when Season 4 will be finished? Tatakai. Okay, how about another question? Are you guys the group with multiple wives? We are not, but we do have waifus. My patron is Shinobu Kocho, and his is Mikasa. Tatakai. We hope you find a waifu as well. Ara ara, sayonara.
I hate anime. Honestly, as a kid, I liked Dragon Ball, and I like
Hello? Can I help you?
Sailor
Moshi
Moon,
mosh.
and I like
Bonjour,
Pokemon.
desu ka? Just
And,
checking in to...
like, how do I put this? Anime fans have retroactively ruined anime for me. The Pokemon anime actually holds up pretty well for a kid's anime. Okay, what are we starting with? We already did Femboy 9/11. Alright, let's do some right-wing cope stuff. Nick says, I can't hear "ah" without hearing "you fucking degenerates" immediately afterwards, thanks to Surus. I don't know what that even is. "Ah." I don't know what that means. Anime people have their own fucking language, and I don't want to speak it. I'm good. You're glad you can hear in a time when you can hear the phrase "Femboy 9/11." Born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the stars, born just in time for Femboy 9/11. Alright, right-wing cope. If we secede, do we still get our Social Security monthly checks? Government bad, except for when the government gives me money. Colson says the Pokemon anime has gotten better over the years, has actually won a championship, and now he's the 64th strongest trainer in the world. Cool. Evil Dead Guy says, look at my Bible, Monster Girl Encyclopedia. Jesus Christ, people. Bonks. Bonks for everyone. You're all too horny. Two-Man says, as a fan of comics, anime, and various furry things, I distance myself from Here's the funny thing, too. You're also horny in chat. If we had a convention of just people from my chat and we all got together, all of you would be awkward as fuck and stand against the walls and not talk to each other. Prove me wrong. This horniness, this is posturing. This is nothing else. Anyway. Austin Rosenberg with 40 bits.
Unforgiving, diabolical plan in human history.
Oh my god, you're gonna ban anime titties.
I said evil, not insane.
Yeah, Kermit, everybody loves anime titties.
Right.
Daddy Suma says, too horny. You insult me, Hannah. I would be king of the convention, and you know it. Orgy in my room. Two-Man says, false. Alpha Cent says, pretty sure Daddy Sume is the exception to what you said. Maybe true. Baha, we have a real relationship. We don't live in chat. We live in the real world. These people live in chat. Zero Matey says, oh god, I missed the Femboy 9/11. You did. I'm sorry. Do I need to play it again for you? I can play it again. Okay. Poll. Now I'm just curious. Answer this poll. I need to see the makeup of my chat. Princess Amelia says, play it again. I'm not going to play it again. Amazing Physicist says, okay, I need you to know, Hannah, if you've ever invaded Surus' stream, you must say, ooh, he loves it. I've worked with Surus before. I know. What about switches? Just whatever you primary. I get if it's 50-50, I don't know. Then don't vote. Raytriology says the only recently found out that Inspector Gadget was an American-Japanese co-production with that studio that eventually went on to do the Akira movie. Not sure if that makes Inspector Gadget anime, but it does prove anime doesn't have to be the way that it is. Windchanter with
massive worldwide
bits.
attack.
From what intelligence has gathered, it would be 9/11 times 100.
9/11 times 100. Jesus, that's...
Yes, 91,100.
Nick says, hey, where's the neither option? That's fair. I threw it together. I'm sorry. That's honestly a closer split than I thought. 56% bottom, 44% top. Wow. People in my chat, get together, okay? I thought it would be way more bottoms. The New Testament of your Bible. It's the same. Oh, it's just volume 2. I see. God damn it. Zero80 says, no, I said good I missed. Daddy Sume says, I'm not even going to vote because I would skew the results towards top. You were projecting? Probably true. Alright, for real. Right-wing cope. Jesus land, COVIDistan? How did that age? The worst hit states are now the unvaccinated ones, or the ones with high rates of unvaccinated people. And guess where those happen to be? Jesus land. PK the Lost, thanks for 14 months, and Morok says, this is why I only watch the weird psychedelic anime that came out of the 80s and 90s. Nothing like watching a surreal, I never know how to pronounce this guy. Dadaist? Dadaist. Nightmare about the fluidity and fallibility of memory. Dadaist. Thank you. Dadaist. What ifs. Ben Garrison comic. I'll keep you safe. And it's, I think it's AOC with she's a key? No. Wait. Who is this supposed to be? I guess I thought it was supposed to be AOC. But this is something about New Zealand. She's a Kiwi. Jacinda Ardern's lockdown. Yeah, it must be a thing from that country. I'm not familiar. Sorry. Why is Ben Garrison doing political comics about New Zealand? Madison Cawthorn, who, fun fact, was the inspiration for U.S. Agent, says, I'm filling out a bill to gut OSHA. Fuck worker safety. It's another Ben Garrison comic that we've looked at. Ivermectin isn't dangerous to people because of side effects. It's dangerous to Big Pharma because it's cheap. Or, how about this? It's dangerous to you because it's an anti-parasitic drug that isn't going to do anything for your COVID. Nick Snort, thanks for 15 months. Much appreciated. Todd Starness? Todd Starness. I'm real good at pronouncing. Wow, I'm making my point, huh? I'm real good at pronouncing things today. Biden says even Fox News has a mandatory vaccine policy. Is that true? That can't be true. Have Hannity and Tucker and the others gotten the vaccine? That just can't be true. Yeah, they're lying. They're lying to you. They're lying? They're lying to you. Proud Boy Capital Rider whines about ankle monitor beeping loudly around potential clients. Wait, your ankle monitor beeps? That's awesome. Noetic Fox says, you don't want to know what I would do if you had a con. It would win a Nobel Prize and break the Geneva Convention. Hannah, do the words good today. I'm nailing it, guys. Okay? Your ears just don't work. I'm doing a great job. This lady says, I've lost all my friends and half of my family because of my views on the vaccine. I'm tired of being fucking alone out here. Well, I guess stop being dumb then. I am close to my September goal. September's awesome. If you're wearing a mask outside, you're probably R-word. The science has been clear since the beginning that it doesn't spread outside, but you're probably the same person who thinks it spreads at Trump rallies, but not at BLM get-togethers, idiot. And then there's tiny butterflies on his face. H. Baird says Biden should sign an executive order that Republicans aren't allowed to get the vaccine. This would be cleared up in a week. Hope I'm not getting a migraine. I haven't had a migraine since I was like 6 years old. I'm probably fine. Stormcrow Bell says Todd Starn is a legendary bad right-wing news commentator who got fired from Fox News for claiming that Democrats are worshiping the pagan god Moloch. Of course not. We worship Baal. This guy went on an anti-Biden rant at Red Lobster.
And who voted for him? Who voted for him? No, he doesn't. He doesn't need anyone to vote for him.
What's he saying?
We as American people should stand up right now and fight this.
All of us here at the Red Lobster need to go down to the Olive Garden and find the other American patriots, and then we all need to go down to the Applebee's and get us all together, and we can start the American Revolution Part 2. Bobby, don't say deux. It's one of those fruity French words. Zero M80 says, Sir, this is a Red Lobster. Does Applebee's still exist? It does. It turns out it's a good business model to microwave food for customers. Hydrate.
Unbelievable. We've lost 11 Americans today.
That's right.
I'm a veteran. I went over in 2008 and I fought against Islamic terrorists.
Wow.
What a weirdo. White nationalist Richard Spencer is divorced, socially isolated, and unable to afford a lawyer for his upcoming trial over his Charlottesville rally involvement. Sometimes life is pretty cool, but only occasionally. Mike Mack says, the fact that these people can't accept the majority of Americans voted for Biden is frightening. It is. I make light of it because that's kind of the show, is trying to parse scary and ridiculous shit in a comedic way to make it palatable so people are at least aware of what's going on and what certain people are saying out there. But yes, it is honestly frightening that the underpinnings of our democracy are being sabotaged by a bunch of really shitty people. And unfortunately, a lot of people are going along with it because it suits their political tastes. It's not good. Nick says, you're a vet, yet you're too out of touch. Too much of a bitch to wear a mask or take a vaccine. Daddy Sume says, hey Hannah, if you like story-based games, I suggest checking this one out. It's based off of Russian mythology and is really good. It's got a neat art style, too. Okay. Thanks. Alex Jones eating horse meds. Yeah, we might cover that on Tinfoil Tuesday. I don't think there's a lot to say about it. Like, he took the human version, right? To my understanding, Alex Jones took the human ivermectin. He didn't take the horse one. Brokagam says, Hannah Con when? Never. I can barely run a stream. You think I can run an actual conference? Imagine DashCon, but without the ball pit. Or a venue. We're all just gonna stand in a parking lot. Awkwardly. He chugged it down with a beer. That counts. Oh, well, it's right here. We might as well.
Overhead shot, please. You know what this is? This is ivermectin for humans that won a Nobel Prize as an antiviral. And this is inhalable, or these are the tablet steroids. So let me show you. I was going to do this anyways earlier.
Alex, the issue is people taking horse meds because most people aren't getting the human version because it's prescription and doctors aren't going to write you a prescription for something like this that's not going to help you. People are taking horse medicine. That's the issue. I don't think you should be taking human ivermectin either unless it's prescribed to you for something a doctor actually thinks you need it for, because it's not going to help your COVID. But, yeah, sidestepping the point entirely.
up a love offering for Brother Larry. We're going to put it in his hands so that I know that Newsom has millions, but we have the Lord.
Bitter Grin says Alex Jones took both versions, forced paste with a human one on top. Oh, that's not good. Thrash Mio says soldiers got pounded by vaccines before getting deployed. Brockagam says ball pit is for the Patreon subs only. Doom-Man said, no, you get an extra hour in the ball pit, okay, if you're a patron. Doom-Man says, check out these chuds. Yeah, we read this earlier. Thank you, though.
To keep us in the world. So we're going to collect the love offering for you, Pastor. Brother Larry.
Oh, don't you love when churches break the law? Great.
We're supposed to pray for all of those in authority. So let's pray for Lauren. And then, Lauren, after we pray for you, I would like you to lead us in prayer for our government and for this nation, because you have an inroad into it that most of us don't.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, Father, all of us just agree right now, and we pray for Lauren. Thank you, Father, for speaking to her, for calling her, for helping her to win, putting her in a position. Thank you that she is a thorn in the flesh of those who are trying to destroy this nation.
Mike Mack says, don't weep for the stupid. You'll cry all day. No kidding.
If Jesus showing you have the Lord God Almighty on your side, I need you to use your voice and speak. What if Jesus showed up today and said, from this point forward, everything you say, you will have it? He said it.
That's not how prayer works, Lauren.
That's exactly what he said to us. So what are we saying? Are we going to sit and agree with
this person is in Congress.
the enemy? Are we going to agree with what the enemy is doing? Are we going to sit back and complain and murmur? Are we going to speak life into this nation? Are we going to speak victory?
No, this is Boebert.
Are we going to declare that God removes these unrighteous?
I hate these people. I really, 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 really do.
I think that when Trump comes back into office, I wouldn't be surprised if Q returns, although I don't have any,
Q is not real. Q is a grift.
So if
Stop it.
You're a god, how do you interact with your followers? Well, I just teach them how to live more fulfilling lives.
Garo the Khajiit says Boebert is what happens when you order Sarah Palin on Wish.
And then you demand sacrifice? What? No! Ah, so you're the kind of guy who prefers to make them slave away building giant monuments to you. No. But you do encourage them to fight to the death in your name, right? I do not do that. Do you at least command them to rip the still beating hearts out of the bodies of their own people as an offering to you? No! Well, surely you sleep with all of their women. No! What is wrong with you? Well, then what do you ask of them? Look, all I ask them to do is be kind to one another, be honest, and try to avoid judging people. That's all you ask of them? Yes. And they all do this? No, not really.
I don't have any way of knowing if or when Q is going to return. But I would suspect that when Trump comes back into office and he appoints a new attorney general, I kind of go back and forth because I think that a lot of the criminal prosecution is probably going to be done by the military. Some of the criminality, I think, will be prosecuted by the Department of Justice. But right now, I think the Department of Justice is so compromised, it's difficult for me to envision the DOJ prosecuting a lot of these people. I think a lot of this is going to end up in military trials.
They are building a new courthouse down in Gitmo.
They are. Isn't that amazing how Obama tried to get Gitmo shut down, And Biden has tried to get Gitmo shut down, and they just keep...
Because it's fucked up. It's literally a place off American soil. It's an American gulag. Like, literally, we send, like, terrorists there. I use air quotes because some people who've been sent there have, in fact, not been terrorists. Fun fact. We send people there because they're off American soil, and then anything goes. It's the most fucked up thing. Nick says, if shit hits the fan, these people need a fucking crackdown. Morok says, honestly, my issue with She-Hulk is the same I have with Spider-Woman, not Spider-Gwen. There are characters who are at most tangentially connected to male heroes, but are named after them for sales reasons. Come on, give them better names that aren't just I'm Hulk, but a girl. Actually, for legal reasons. I'm not making this up. Stan Lee, in his infinite wisdom, I use that ironically, Stan Lee is a very flawed individual. And a rat. Anyway, that's a story for another day. No, I'll just say it now. The two lead talents when Stan Lee, this is before Stan Lee was the editor-in-chief at Marvel. This is when they were still Timely Comics. The two, like, lead people there, two artists who were the best artists at Timely, were moonlighting under pseudonyms for DC Comics, or what would become DC Comics, which was disallowed by Marvel because they were getting treated very poorly by Marvel. Well, Timely at the time. Timely paid poorly, and you didn't retain creation rights to the characters you made. So they were working at DC, or what would become DC Comics. I forget the name. Maybe Atlas Comics or something. I don't remember. And Stan Lee ratted them out and got them fired. Stan Lee's kind of a piece of shit. It's complicated. On social issues, Stan Lee's a nice guy. He's always been very accepting and anti-racist and shit, but he is a capitalist at heart, let me tell you. Oh, and anyway, he invented Spider-Woman because he didn't want someone else to create Spider-Woman. He wanted the copyright to Spider-Woman, so when Spider-Man became popular, he didn't want someone else to make Spider-Woman, so he made Spider-Woman, and then he did the same thing with She-Hulk. Princess Amelia says, has nobody told him we already know when Q will return next year in Season 2 of Star Trek Picard? Alpaca Scent says, Squirrel Girl is the best superheroine. She is unbeatable. She kicked the shit out of Dr. Doom. Even my cat hates Biden. DC Comics was Detective Comics. That was like Detective Comics was the name of the book, but it was under a different publisher at the time. Like, Detective Comics weren't published by Detective Comics. It was published by a different company that then later changed their name to Detective Comics, DC Comics. DC. It's like saying ATM machine. Automatic teller machine, DC Comics, Detective Comics, Comics. National Comics, thank you. You thought it was Action Comics? Superman was introduced in Action Comics, Batman was introduced in Detective Comics. But those were both owned by a publisher that was not called either until later. Mike Mack says, look at this image. What if Wonder Man were a woman and Power Man were a girl? Dear Marvel, our lawyers advise you not to print this gag. With love, your distinguished competition. What? I don't understand. Alright, let's get to the videos. I don't feel like reading a bunch of shit today, and I'm not doing a very good job of reading anyway. So let's go into the videos. Let's see what Peter's up to. Peter, of course, is... Peter, of course, is a QAnon believer. Peter... not the most stable guy. Let's see what he has to say. He's very excited for some reason.
Are you guys tired?
Nick says, Trump loves me this much.
You're winning yet? Welcome back, Patriots. Thank you for watching and joining me on this video. I want to tell you my perspective of what's going on. It's a very optimistic perspective, but it's also based on facts. Of course, I've got things wrong. Nobody's perfect, but I am basically forcing myself to only use sources that are 100% reliable, like Trump, Ron Watkins, General Flynn.
Trump, and by Trump he means a Telegram account that claims to be Trump, but is not Trump. Ron Watkins, who was Q before he stopped doing the Q thing out of, I guess, probably, this is speculation, but Q stopped posting in December of last year, I believe, and I think Ron and Jim Watkins decided to stop using it probably for legal reasons. They were afraid of litigation and stuff, especially as it came out that it was them who had it, at least at the time. The Q name has changed hands between, like, when it was posting on 4chan and when it moved over to 8kun. But once it was on 8kun, it's pretty clear that Ron and Jim Watkins being the owner of 8kun, it appears that they commandeered the name and the account and started posting as Q. They stopped doing that at some point, and now Ron still grifts in the Q sphere just under his own name. And then General Flynn, do I really need to explain why the ex-convict is not reliable? Blackwing Hecate says DC was founded as National Ally Publishing and is now DC Comics Inc. I love that. Detective Comics Comics. Daddy Sume says, why is it clear? What evidence of that? What evidence of what? Clear? Oh, the Ron Jim Watkins thing? I don't have time to get into it right now, but I would recommend HBO has a series called, I think it's like Q Into the Storm, that it's like an 8-part documentary series that lays it all out. They do a lot of interviews with those two. It's interesting.
Mike Lindell, and so I know the Democrats are laughing right now. That pillow guy is a reliable source. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, the pillow guy is not a reliable source, Peter.
Or not, he's more reliable than anyone in the fake mainstream media. Mike Lindell is. Take it or whatever you want. That's
like when he said every time he said Trump is gonna be he's gonna be back in August, guys. My symposium's gonna make Biden step down, and then it was a disaster. He's nailing it, Peter.
Fact. Anyway, my perspective of what's going on right now is that the storm has arrived. We're seeing the splashes. I kind of see it as like 2016 was the big Trump movie. Everything was about Trump. All day Trump, 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 Trump. What's Trump doing? And he accomplished so many amazing things. I wish he would have accomplished more. People kind of expected him to save the world in 4 years, which is unrealistic, but hey.
Peter, any one person saving the world in any amount of time, even if they had 100 years, is ridiculous. The entire concept of this idea of a savior coming to fix the world for you is nonsense. Stop.
Yeah, I thought it was going to happen.
I found out for sure. He posted a video that I watched earlier that I don't think is really worth watching. It's just boring. He basically goes over and says, hey, content's going to be a little different because I have kids, and he watches the kids, but his mom babysits for him, I guess, even though he's a stay-at-home dad. His mom was babysitting a lot for him, but now she's ill or something. I hope she gets better. I hope it's not COVID. I assume no one in his family is vaccinated. But she's not doing well, so now she can't babysit, so Peter's edited content is going to be less, and it's more going to be vlog-type stuff, which is fine. It all kind of seems like vlog content to me, so I don't think it'll make a difference. But it also confirmed that he does homeschool his kids, which is frightening for those children. But whatever. Blackwing Hecate says he's a reliable source for quality of cocaine. Colston says his mom has Alzheimer's. Oh, you know, he may have mentioned that. I think you're wait, did he say that? At some point? I don't want to confirm that just because I don't remember. Did he say that and then he said he had been giving her CBD because he thought it was helping? It wasn't. That's not how that works. There's no evidence that CBD helps Alzheimer's. He did? Okay, thank you. That's sad. Oh, dementia? Okay. That's sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for Peter and his mom. That's a shame.
Happened too. And then Biden arrived and became president. And then people were like, oh no, I mean, the Republicans were, and then we're like, we're doomed. But I never lost hope, and I was always optimistic about it. And so because of that, I've kind of been biased at times, believing the most crazy stories, but other times I've also been focused on what...
To all of it? Everything you believe? Poetic Fox, thanks for 6 months, says, 3 more months, and the child to end Big Stinky Baby shall be brought upon this earth and rescue us from this plight. Yeah, Big Stinky Baby has taken over the entirety of Portland and the greater Washington area, and he's looking to start to annex some of the neighboring states. So if we could hurry this up, that'd be good. Big Stinky Baby is, I don't know how to break it. He's grown to be, he's 50 feet tall now. He's gaining power from our fear. And I don't know what to do about that. Little Fresh Baby is missing in action. So, yeah. He's now bigger, stinkier baby. I almost did that entirely straight face. That's pretty good. Morak says, hey, I was homeschooled and I turned out fine outside of the crippling social anxiety and severe paranoia. Were your parents telling you that Donald Trump is a savior that's going to come and save you with the help of aliens? Because I think that's what Peter's teaching his kids. Yes, everyone pray for Little Fresh Baby. Bigger, stinkier baby is coming to kill us all.
Trump's saying, Trump is the most optimistic person that I can see in the entire Trump Republican movement. And the fact is that Trump does know exactly what is going on. He does see the big picture. And some people say, well, he's just optimistic because he wants to keep people's hopes up because he doesn't want his fan base to be depressed. No. If the world was coming to an end, he would warn people. He would get people panicking. You go build some doomsday bunkers. You go grow some gardens. The world's coming to an end. Pack up. Get ready to leave. Protect yourself.
Peter, Trump does not care about you. A missile could be... A nuclear missile could be coming directly to your house. And Donald Trump, if he thought it would get him, like... How do I put this? What's a good metaphor for this? Donald Trump, if a missile was coming to your house, Donald Trump wouldn't call you and warn you because of the inconvenience of picking up the phone and dialing your number. Donald Trump does not give a shit about you. He doesn't give a shit about anyone except himself. He is a narcissist.
But he's optimistic because the plan is working out perfectly. And I know a lot of people are like, well, it doesn't really look like that because have you seen what's going on in the country? It's like, well, hold on a second. Things are going very well according to the plan. We needed to see how bad a Biden presidency was, and now we're seeing it. Obviously, it's getting like really bad, like so bad, like I couldn't possibly imagine that Trump would ever allow it to get this bad before he did something, but...
Peter, why are you worried about vaccine mandates? You're not even employed. You're fine. Daddy Sume says, if he thought he could make $1 million and get away with it, he would let a nuke go off in Portland. He'd let a nuke go off in Florida. He doesn't care about his own fans either. It could be every single Trump fan nestled into the densest area possible, and if he thought he could make $5, he would nuke them himself. Morak says, I was taught that Reagan was the greatest president ever and that the world was 4,000 years old. That's so weird, because usually the young Earth creationists say 6 or 10. I've never heard 4. Like, 4,000... Like, there are written... Like, we have written histories from more than 4,000 years ago. I think the Epic of Gilgamesh predates 4,000 years ago. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, also that my paranoia was caused by demons and my attraction to men was a sign I was doomed to hell since I'm a male at birth. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Logard says, Russia could have openly invaded America and Donald Trump would have finished the back 9 of his golf game before he even denied it happened. Daddy Sume says, false. He needs them for feeding his ego. He wouldn't let all his fans die. He needs to hire Peter to come and say nice things about him. Alpaca Scent says, my aunt was saying how Portland was now a war zone, that it's too dangerous to go in because of Antifa. Ugh. Propaganda has destroyed this country.
Unfortunately, that is the case, and, you know, we have, I don't want to talk about it, but maybe in my Rumble video that I'm going to be putting.
Poseidist John says the world was made last Tuesday and he can't prove me wrong. False. The world doesn't start till next week. I think you're thinking of, your calendars mixed up. The world starts next week. Okay.
Posting soon. I think today or tomorrow I'll talk about it. But there's bad stuff going on. I can't talk.
Evil Dead Guy says, I call bullshit on Peter.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
Yeah? Garo the Khajiit. Oopsie. Garo the Khajiit says, it just hit me who Peter reminds me of, the adoring fan. By Lindell! By Lindell! By Lindell! Zorgnax, thanks for gifting us up.
I'm on YouTube, stuff with the soldiers that I was really disappointed in. I thought he was going to do something by August. A lot of stuff that's going on, especially with the military and people in our country that's so negative. I'm just like, look guys, let me tell you why it's all amazing and why it's all going to work out. Trump had this in the plan for us to see, especially Democrats, how bad things are. Now,
Peter, everything's fine. Like, if your presumption here is that Democrats or people on the left are supposed to be saying things are going terribly, then I'm the kind of person you're talking about, right? I think things are going fine. Afghanistan pulling out sucked, but it was always gonna suck. It was a 20-year war that was pointless, and we put up a fucking fraudulent government that folded immediately, like people assumed it would. Yep, it was stupid. What a dumb war. I'm for the vaccine mandates. In fact, statistics have shown, when they've done polling, a majority of people are in favor of vaccine mandates for the workforce. People don't want to be around unvaccinated people, and most people are vaccinated. Y'all are the minority. Peter, things are fine, and they're infinitely better than they were under Trump. I don't understand why you think Democrats are freaking out. It's fine.
Now, what we're seeing is drops of the storm. I'd say we've seen a splash come in from, you know, the Arizona area, if you know what I mean. And Ron Watkins, if you go to his Telegram page and you go back a few days to when I posted the video saying, it's happening, you'll see he dropped major truth bombs that's really changing the landscape politically, and it hasn't lifted your hopes up. You need to go back and look at Ron Watkins' Telegram post, because that stuff is hopium times 10. It's super high quality, top-notch opium. Things are getting good. And so what this means for us is that any day now is Christmas, which is great. It's great. Everybody loves Christmas, except the Christmas that I'm talking about is,
you know, Christmas when you were growing up and you go and open up your presents, and meanwhile outside all your political enemies that you disagree with are being shot by the military? Just me? Oh.
One that really the Republicans are going to enjoy it.
Did anything happen on 9/11 from extremist groups? Not that I saw, luckily. That's good. I do believe later in the month they are having some sort of rally in D.C., Trump supporters. I'm not sure how many people will show up, though, so keep an eye out for that. Hopefully nothing happens.
First, the Democrats will enjoy it eventually, but, you know, once they wake up, the Republicans are going to enjoy the Christmas that's going to happen any day now. Though the people that are opposing Trump, you know, the bad guys, as I could say, the people who are not on Team Trump, the complete opposite side, who just really don't care about anyone, the bad guys, they are dreading Christmas. They're dreading it. It's true what Ron Watkins says, that now, at this point, if I was, you know, fighting Trump in an evil way, like a really, really bad person, I would not be able to sleep at night. Things would be so rough. I'd be so stressed out. I'd be on my, I don't know what expression to use. I would be going crazy, being depressed, panic attack. Like, I get what happened with Rachel Maddow, why she had to quit and all her panic attacks.
Rachel Maddow didn't quit. Her contract got extended. She's making $30 million a year, Peter. Her show is just now gonna be like, she has a thing We went over this when he talked about this on another video, and it's so frustrating how he intentionally misinterprets reality and distorts it to fit his worldview. Rachel Maddow was making $30 million a year at MSNBC to do the Rachel Maddow show. I believe 5 nights a week. Her contract got renewed, and now she's still making $30 million a year, but she doesn't have to work 5 days a week. Now she's moving to a different format where she's doing some sort of special, like every 2 weeks or whenever she wants or something. I wasn't entirely clear when I read the article. I know it said something about like every 2 weeks. And she has more freedom to work on her own investigative reporting projects, right? So she'll probably have more like specials and stuff. I don't know, whatever. Basically, I think it said something along the lines of she'll be working like 32 weeks a year instead of 52. Or close to it, whatever she was working previously. Peter, she's making more money. She's making the same amount of money but doing less work. Meaning she's making more money. I don't understand. Tucker White says, I just realized something. If the world starts next week, then how are we here right now? In fact, are you here right now? Am I even here? Is any of this real? Is Peter even real? This doesn't exist. This is just a memory, a fake memory that is being implanted in the you for next week. So that you think now happened, even though now isn't happening because nothing exists until next week. Tucker White. Can't play a clip from The Matrix. I don't need that Warner Brothers DMCA.
Tax on live on air because she's smart. She knows that her days are numbered, and all the people who have been doing bad stuff, you know, their days are numbered. It's all working out, guys. We're watching the sequel to Trump is Winning. You know, 2016 was this big movie watch, Trump is Winning. And if you watch...
No, it isn't. Life is not a movie, Peter.
Watch the, you know, Team Trump and Anonymous Post and all those things. What you'll see is that we've been told we're watching a movie. And I kind of thought about that a while, and Ghost Ezra kind of took it to extreme, like, they're all wearing masks. We're literally watching a movie. There's actors playing Joe Biden. I kind of bought into it to a certain extent. But then, you know, I woke up and...
Yeah, you thought Steve Martin was playing Joe Biden. I remember that. That was one of the early things I covered of you, I think. It's almost like your judgment in terms of conspiracy theories and discerning reality from complete fiction is terrible, and no one should listen to you about your beliefs on what is real or false, including yourself. It's almost like you need to delegate that task to someone else in your life, because you are just so delusional and bad at it that you come to false conclusions constantly, whether it's Ghost Ezra or the John McAfee account that was posting pictures of dead children that I yelled at you about, or the QAnon stuff in general. It's crazy. Or when you lost $60,000 on that scam. Seems like you stopped doing that MLM thing for the CBD oil. Did you lose some money on that too, Peter? Because you stopped promoting it. Daddy Sume with a link. Whoa. Tucker White. Oh, sorry. That XY girl says my days are numbered. Today is the 13th. Tucker White says, of course this isn't a movie, Peter. A film actually has some logic to it, and you could game it to your advantage. Marcus Drake says, Peter is literally childlike. What adult discusses politics by talking about bad guys who do bad stuff? Trump? But I think that kind of bolsters your case.
As I do eventually, I realized it was all lie. But what was meant by when Team Trump said and drilled in our heads many times, we're watching a movie? And when I think about it, I think it relates to what was being said about how what's going to happen.
He's selling copium to his fan base, so they keep donating money to him and paying for his merchandise and going to his rallies and giving him money, Peter. He is conning you. You are being conned.
Now is biblical. In other words, the Trump is Winning sequel started 2 days ago.
Trump is winning 2. Trump loses.
Maybe a month or 2 ago, depending on how you would say how big of a win of Trump's previous actions are. But his Trump is Winning sequel has started. The action just started getting spicy. Christmas is coming soon, guys. And I'm so excited because...
Is Peter's cult part of the Moonies? Peter's cult is an offshoot of it. The king, he calls himself king, he's the reverend, basically, of Peter's church, is the son of the founder of the original Mooney Church, and now he has his own cult in Pennsylvania. So yes, kind of. And Trump recently had a message for them. Hold on. Trump did a video message for the Mooney Church on 9/11. I'm not kidding. Multiple people sent this to me. Someone send me a link if you already have it. But it's very interesting. Trump literally making video messages for a cult.
Paying very close attention to politics, you're probably going to be as hyped and excited as me, or hyped and excited as Trump is, because everything is working out for us. And we'll be seeing in the next few months why everything had to happen the way it did, why Trump said these things that were just like, why did you say that, Trump? We know you don't believe that. It's all going to be explained.
I assume Peter is commenting on the fact that Trump told all his followers to get the vaccine, and Trump apparently... I was wondering how Peter justified this, because, you know, Peter hasn't mentioned it, to my knowledge. That line makes me think when Trump told his followers, get the vaccine, it's good, I got it, Peter just went, he doesn't mean that. So Trump will say innocuous platitudes and people will go, oh, that's the secret. I can read into that and know that he's really working with aliens to change the world. But Trump literally outwardly says, get the vaccine is good, I got the vaccine. And Peter goes, nah, he doesn't mean what he says. Human brains are stupid.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's a movie coming out in the next 5 years that explains, you know, how Trump saved the world, or the documentary How Trump Saved the World. They just explain the strategy behind why he had to do everything he had to do. But the fact is,
Birth of a Nation 2, Operation Orange.
The sequel to Trump is Winning that we started watching has happened.
Is this the link to the thing? It is.
Thank the Universal Peace Federation, and in particular...
This is a message Donald Trump gave to the Moonies on 9/11.
I want to thank the Universal Peace Federation, and in particular, Dr. Hawk Jahan Moon, a tremendous person, for her incredible work on behalf of peace all over the world. Her story of escaping from North Korea at 5 years old, at the outset of the Korean War, is an amazing example of the power of faith in Almighty God. I also want to thank her late husband, Reverend Moon, for founding the Washington Times, an organization for which I have tremendous respect and admiration. I want to thank the Universal...
Oopsie. Simple Cat Girl says, you know what I wonder? If Donald Trump never existed, will these people... be the same crazy assholes? Like, the more I hear about QAnons and Trumpers, the more I feel it's less that Trump is worth shit than they wanted to feel like they have someone to tell them why they're unhappy. Yeah. That's how populism works. That's how, like, right-wing fascistic populism works. Someone who echoes their grievances back to them in an angry way, all of a sudden, he's their, like, daddy, and everything he says is right because he caters to their ego and their specific angry worldview. Nick says, is that cat smarter than Peter? Yes.
And the reason that it's been said that we're watching a movie is because what's about to happen with Team Trump saving the world is biblical. Biblical. It's going to be so biblical, so amazing, so life-changing, so dramatic that it's going to feel like we're in a movie. Are we in a simulation and we're just watching a video game that's a movie? No. I don't think that's what it means. Joe Biden wearing a mask? Unlikely. But...
Not impossible, mind you. Unlikely. Jesus. Tucker, why are you with the link?
Inner quiet.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Jesus Christ, man, what the hell is wrong with you? Please, just shut up!
We're watching a movie in the sense that so many amazing things are going to happen for us. It's going to be so biblical, so life-changing, so many bad guys that get taken down that in the end, we kind of feel like we are part of a movie. We're watching a movie. So be excited, guys. I'm very excited. It's all going to work out, and we have a lot of stuff going for us. If you want to know more juicy details, you can join me on my live stream on Twitch, which is going to start every night at 9:30 on Chill with Peter, my Twitch channel. I'll literally try to make a live stream every night on Twitch because I really want to do that. And on top of that, I'm going to just not post anywhere live streams on YouTube because I'm not comfortable with that. I want to be able to speak what I want to say. So check out.
This guy comment following just a doorknob is smarter than Peter. 0M80 says, I'm gonna make a How Trump Saved the World movie and it'll be an hour and a half of just a black screen with bold text saying, he didn't.
My Rumble account for more details if you want to ask me any questions or
Is there
chill
a
with
baby
me.
crying in the background? Yeah, I assume that's Peter's new kid. A daughter, I think? I'm not positive, though.
At night, starting on Monday, I'll be doing this every night and also be trying to post, hopefully, one video diary a day because it's easy, it's quick, and I think it gives you guys an update that some people really want to hear. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. I got a baby crying in the background, so I got to get to that quick. God bless you guys, and God bless America.
Crazy stuff. High Level Ideas says he didn't read Twitch TOS if he thinks it's more lenient than YouTube. Peter's reading comprehension is not excellent. Annie Kai says, sorry, with nightly Peter streams, you've been replaced. True. Anyway, that's Peter. Let's look at a cat to make us feel better about how ridiculous the world is. What's his Twitch username? I think it's like Chill with Peter. I'm following him. Stromboli with the cleanse. Stormfox says, can't wait for the next week to say it was a feint. You know, if a boxer was doing nothing but feinting for 9 rounds, you would think something was wrong with the boxer. Chill with Peter. That is a sweet, sweet kitty. Help the kitty. This is bullshit.
Oh, come on. Good girl.
Cute. Is there audio to this or no? Pancakes are the bomb. Pancakes are good. Stormfox says, Peter is getting really stuck up. If you look at his replies, he really wants to see Democrats cry. I know, it's very weird. Buzzing says, I meant to ask this during the comic book talk, but it slipped my mind. Have you ever looked at the Public Domain Superhero Wiki? Very cheesy old shit in there. I haven't. That'd actually be a good episode of Public Domania, is reading old Public Domain comic books on stream. That'd probably be good. We haven't done a Public Domania in a while. Here's how they thanked Trump for his wooden propaganda.
Mr. President, for your dedication to peace on the Korean Peninsula and around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us express again our great gratitude with a thunderous round of applause to President Donald Trump for his precious speech.
That is super weird. Cleanse for later, thank you. And Daddy Sume with a link. Oh, that was the one that was just there. I'm sorry. Oh, save this for later. So, it's been a bit since we've looked at That Vegan Teacher. and what she's been up to, that vegan teacher has video on her feelings on 9/11. I decided to not cover 9/11 stuff on 9/11, because, you know, I have opinions on 9/11, but frankly, I don't really feel like sharing them most of the time, and also, kind of distasteful, so I figured I'd wait. I'm thinking about maybe doing a stream tomorrow, since 9/11 is over, covering, since tomorrow's Tinfoil Tuesday, some 9/11 conspiracy theories, and debunking them, and talking about why they became so prolific. Maybe. I guess we'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. But today, let's see what that vegan teacher thinks about 9/11.
Hello, students. Today we're going to be looking at my Instagram account, and specifically an account that popped up today that I thought would be interesting for you to know about. So this account is called Deep Vegan. You can see it there, Deep_Vegan.
She is Canadian.
This is a young man, and he lives in Sweden. You can see it there for you.
For the record, this says, everyone be mourning the victims of 9/11. And I'm over here just thinking about all the non-vegan arguments I could use to say that it wasn't a bad thing that it happened.
To know about. So this account is called Deep Vegan. You can see it there, Deep_Vegan. This is a young man, and he lives in Sweden, but his English is very good. So he writes here.
Dude Man says, one of my high school history teachers was 9/11 truther. Oh no, they shouldn't be a teacher. Nick says, I'ma supersize that, yikes.
Everyone be mourning the victims of 9/11. I'm just over here thinking about all the non-vegan arguments I could use to say it wasn't a bad thing that it happened.
Such as? Elaborate, please.
Life is cruel, get over it. People dying is natural. It's the circle of life. Try telling a lion that it's wrong to kill a zebra.
Okay, I haven't heard the life is cruel, get over it one for vegans. For arguing against veganism or whatever. Or against, you know, talking about animal cruelty. So I can't really speak to that one. People dying is natural. Flying planes into a building to murder people isn't. It's the circle of life. Again. No. Part of the human life cycle or animal life cycle is not flying planes into buildings and murdering them. Try telling a lion that it's wrong to kill a zebra. This one's kind of comes off as bigoted because it casts the role of the lion as people who are Muslim or even just Islamic extremists and implies that it's like in their nature to murder. They're already dead. Can't say I've heard that one. I didn't kill them, though. And if humans didn't kill each other, they would keep overpopulating and taking over the planet. That one's actually kind of true. Sorry, bad joke. No, serious. This is gonna be a bad video.
They're already dead. I didn't kill them, though.
Amazing Physicist says, I have a feeling about 9/11. It was a wild day. Or, I have feelings about 9/11. It was a wild day for a 16-year-old. I must say, though, Vegan Teacher's opinion is one that I could not give two fucks less about.
If humans didn't kill each other, they would keep overpopulating and taking over the planet.
Nick says, am I the only one who laughs uncontrollably at ridiculous shit like this and the Femboy 9/11 ASMR? No, I do, too. It's not because it's actually funny. When I laugh at something like that, it's because it's so fucking ridiculous that someone even made that thing. Like, it's not funny. It's terrible that that person made that thing. And this is terrible. But it's like, It breaks my brain. Who does this? Stephen J. Neptune Man says, is this already a contender for the Hall of Shame? It might be. We'll see how it goes. The Femboy what now? Oh, you missed the beginning of the stream. Femboy 9/11 happened.
If we didn't kill each other, a lot of people would lose their jobs. Might makes right.
Flying planes into buildings isn't a job. And I disagree with might makes right as a statement.
So I can see some sarcasm here. They were killed humanely. At least they got to live. They had a good life, though. Their death was...
Okay, people who don't understand what Femboy 9/11 is, do I need to replay the Femboy 9/11?
Huh? Why am I so big? In more ways than one.
Baha told me no. I'm sorry.
Quick and painless. God says...
You're just kidding. I don't need to play it again. Look it up yourself.
It's okay. They're just animals. All right, so we're looking again at some of his stuff. This is Deep Vegan. So someone wrote to him, so you don't care about the 20,000 lives that got taken away by some selfish men? You're disgusting.
20,000? Where are they getting that number? Because as far as I understand, are they counting people who suffered, like, lung issues and cancers and stuff after the fact? I guess that would make sense. I'm not sure what the toll on that is. But the actual day, as far as I understand, it was like 3,000. Princess Amelia says, at least I downloaded the Femboy 9/11 video so I can enjoy it anytime I want. Logard says, literally the only meme that came out of 9/11 that I could not help but laughing at was a shot across the bay from New Jersey after the towers fell and there was just a huge cloud over New York. The subtitle is, weed legalized in New York City. Oof. Ew.
No.
Maybe the wars following 9/11? It's weird, though, when people say that and they only count the American death toll. Is that 3,000 or whatever plus the American death toll? Because way more than that died in Iraq and Afghanistan that were civilians. I swear to God, some people don't consider people from a different country human beings. It's so weird.
No, I don't care about animal abusers dying. Why would I? A non-vegan dying just means they can no longer continue to torture and mass murder other animals. Like, honestly, give me a valid argument in favor of why I should value the lives of people who go about their lives forcing others to be enslaved, raped, kidnapped, imprisoned, tortured, murdered, just for the sake of their own pleasure and convenience. I guess he's referring to people who murder in the poultry industry, in the egg industry.
This is the worst thing. I hope to, please, I will, vegan God. Hi, it's me, Hannah. Please have vegan teacher admonish this person and say, hey, I'm pretty extreme, but even I think this is a little much. Please let her recognize the error of this man's ways. Do not allow this 50-year-old woman to believe that it is okay to justify 9/11 by saying they ate meat and therefore they decided to die in a building that collapsed on top of them. Thank you, and also sorry for eating meat. And cheese. Please make vegan cheese better. The end. I don't know how to end a prayer. Simple Cat Girl says there's no middle finger big enough.
And also in the fishing industry.
If any vegan lost someone they cared about in that event, then I'm sorry for your loss. But in regards to everyone who died in the event, as long as they are not vegan, I don't see why that is a bad thing. You can get triggered.
I don't know if I've literally ever seen a vegan just completely not care about the lives of human beings that aren't vegan before. Like, isn't this kind of counterintuitive to the whole giving a shit about other living things thing?
By my opinion all you want and go on about how, like, I'm disgusting because I don't care about human lives. But honestly, try to give me a valid argument other than they're humans, because that isn't an...
They're humans. That's an argument. End of sentence. You're a person. You should have the empathy. If you have empathy for non-human animals, you should have at least that amount of empathy for human animals, because you are one. That's typical. Most people have empathy at minimum for human beings. At minimum.
An argument. My reason for not valuing the lives of humans is based on logic. I used to care about humans.
Oh, he's a big brain boy like Ben Shapiro. He uses facts and logic to dictate why he doesn't care about the deaths of other human beings. I was going to feel bad about a child dying, but I found out they liked chicken McNuggets, so fuck 'em!
Before I went vegan, but then I went vegan, and after a while I realized what egocentric pieces of shit most humans are, which is why I stopped valuing them. And since I don't care about horrible people, people who don't think animals deserve respect, Nazis, homophobes, sexists, you know, all the horrible people in this world.
Just curious. Hitler was a vegetarian in the last years of his life. So does he, like, care more about Hitler than, like, an average victim of 9/11? Or any of the people who were killed in the subsequent Middle Eastern wars that were completely fucking unwarranted? Like, legit, if this guy had a gun with one bullet, and it's Hitler as a vegetarian... I believe he was only vegetarian. I don't think he was vegan. Hitler vegetarian in his last years. And some Iraqi child who eats meat. And someone says, you have to shoot one. Just curious. Nick says, that's one hell of a beard for a 13-year-old. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, this is making me pretty happy that I'm having chicken for dinner tonight. Zero M80 says, here's some Ren Fair cleanse.
In character. In character. Wrong answers only. In character. Wrong answers only. In character. Wrong answers only. Oh, okay. In character. Wrong answers only.
That's what I did. I went.
What? Wait, oh, I'm attached. Oh no! Oh no! In character, wrong answers only. In character, wrong answers only.
Cheese?
Oh, yes.
Cheese?
Cheese.
Cheese.
That's my Ren Fair character. If I go to the Ren Fair, that's my character.
In character, wrong answers only.
Oh.
Cheers. In character, wrong answers only. Wrong
Don't
answers
put
only.
strangers' hands in your mouth, even as a gag. That's not good. Don't bite strangers.
Who just
bite your friends with consent. Nick says, in honor of vegan teacher, I'm eating some cereal with milk, about to drink the milk. Guys, I get it. I get that joke, but it's like the most played out joke ever, and every time we watch a vegan teacher video, it's the joke everyone makes. Haha, we're watching vegan teacher. I'm eating meat. I'm eating cheese. I'm ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I know. The issue is not with veganism. The issue is with the fact that she is a piece of shit. I'm sure there are plenty of vegans in my audience. We don't need to be rude about veganism just because she's shitty.
Force suffering and death upon others because...
Am I your friend, Uwu? No.
Because they want to. Because they believe themselves to be superior. That is why I don't value the lives of humans anymore, because most humans are like that. They want others to be forced to suffer and die just because those others were born into a different body than they were, and because they derive pleasure and convenience from it. Whereas your reason for valuing human lives, correct me if I'm wrong, is based on the fact that they are humans. It's either that or the fact that they are sentient beings. But if that
sapient, more so,
is your argument, then you have to value all sentient beings. Hitler, Nazis, literally everyone included.
Okay, people get the benefit of the doubt initially, right? Like, you're a human being. I don't know anything about you, but you're a human being. You get empathy. And then you lose that when you do things like start a fascist government and exterminate millions of people you consider degenerate. Funny how that works, huh? Want to go to the Ren Fair this weekend? Maybe. Well, maybe. How far away is it? Colston says, are you sure this isn't Vincent Van Gogh from Doctor Who? No, he's got both his ears. Nick says, if a sentient being is an existential threat to other sentient beings, you try to stop the sentient being. Yeah. Sounds like he's describing himself.
And if that is how you feel, then that's fine. Like, you can be logically consistent with that belief. It's just that I don't feel the same way. I don't judge people who don't value the lives of non-humans, who are, to me, worth a lot more than humans, as long as...
You think this is technically subjective? It is. I would say this is going to sound like nonsense, but I don't know how else to get my point across. It is objectively subjective to say that, like, the value of human and animal life is subjective. Technically, yes. I can't philosophically disagree with that point. Practically speaking, subjectively, no, you're a human being. That's not usually how it works. And that makes you, like, incongruent with the vast majority of human beings on the planet, except for, like, sociopaths? I don't know. Less than an hour? Maybe. We'll talk about it when the stream's done.
You respect them. That is all that matters, because you can't choose...
I assume they're almost done for the season, because it's, you know, about to be fall.
How you feel. But if you think I am disgusting for not valuing the life of the average human, then you are just saying that I am disgusting because I was born with a brain that works differently from yours. Like, I can't choose how I feel. I can only choose how I act. It's the same for all of us.
Maps and Nimics, thanks for 8 months, says Stream Baby is almost due. Also, that flower crown is kick-ass. Purple is my favorite color, though, so maybe I'm biased. It's my favorite color, too.
So all that really matters is whether or not I treat others with respect or not. Which is exactly what I'm advocating for when I speak up for animal rights. I am telling people that they should treat others with respect. I am not telling people how they should feel. I'm not telling people, like, hey, you should value...
Okay, so she's not going to disagree with this guy. She agrees. She says, fuck the victims of 9/11 because meat.
...non-human animals at the same level as you value humans. Like, there would be no point in telling someone that because that person can't choose how they feel about humans versus non-humans, even if there's no logic behind it. But go ahead and tell me I'm disgusting for being born with a brain.
You're disgusting.
That functions differently from yours. Even
you not having empathy for human beings isn't a differently functioning brain. You're just an asshole.
Though I can do nothing about it.
Like, this isn't being neurodivergent. You're just an asshole.
Spoiler alert, I don't care what you think.
I'm sure you don't. You don't seem to have a lot of empathy, which is kind of necessary to, you know, care what other people think of you to some extent.
So here, he says, or somebody writes, you're taking the piss. People died, and you think it's okay to say you don't care that they died just because they're not vegan is disgusting. People's families died, mothers, fathers, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wife. You're a sick man. And then he writes here, this animal abuser is proving my point. You literally have no argument. The animals you forced to be tortured and murdered have families too.
Not in the human sense. Rageology says, interesting fact that I recently learned from a book on pharmacology in the World War II. Hitler's doctor never told him that the vitamin injections he gave him were made from boiled down bull penises, so he wasn't really vegetarian. Also, Hitler's doctor gave him, on at least 2 occasions towards the end of his war, speedball injections to pep him up a bit. Oh, and he was also addicted to cocaine nasal swabs he was getting for ear pain, resulting from the bomb attempt on his life. Beautiful.
Whether or not someone has a family or not doesn't determine their worth. These are the words of Deep Vegan.
Okay, but typically people assume your humanity does. So you're going to get judged by people for that, because most people, and when I say most, I mean like 99.9% of people on the planet are going to disagree with you. That's just how it is. You're going to get criticized for being a piece of shit, because most people are going to think you're a piece of shit. Her camera
What
work
about
creeps
all the
me out.
Nazis who were killed during World War II? They were part of families too. Do you mourn those deaths?
No, they were Nazis! They were Nazis? Guess what? You know what's not going to convince people that veganism is a good thing or reasonable? Comparing general population people, the majority of people on the planet, to Nazis. Not going to help your case.
2. What's disgusting is that people care more about dead oppressors than they do about living victims. Again, we're looking at Deep Vegan's Instagram account. A message from the same person. Well, I'm not going to stop eating because you told me I have to watch the documentary, and I just don't. I'm going to stop. Scan animals, you can't stop me, bitch. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what that means.
Cherry Tree Boy says,
And
do you
then
mind if I
Deep
post the
Vegan
GoFundMe again? Sorry for doing this, Hannah. No, go for it.
Well, I'm not going to care about humans just because you told me to. You can't stop me, bitch. Oh boy. All right, so now Deep Vegan is going on. Whoops, didn't want to do that. Just trying to pause it here. And so the other person says to him, but animals don't pay taxes, so they can't do anything. Just because you protest doesn't mean I will stop eating meat.
That's a stupid argument. The value of life has nothing to do with whether or not they pay taxes. I don't like the other person arguing with the idiot, too.
Deep Vegan writes, do you pay taxes? Do babies pay taxes? No? Okay. So then you and all children, other children, should be tortured.
Wait, why does he assume the guy who responded to him doesn't pay taxes? Stromboli for Wi-Fi says, I do feel bad for people who are forced to be Nazis out of survival, especially the younger ones that were groomed at a young age. Yeah. Jojo Rabbit. Good movie, by the way. Check it out.
And murdered, right? Do homeless people pay taxes?
Interesting, dark, satirical comedy from Taika Waititi about a kid who is in the Hitler Youth and sort of his view of the war, and I won't spoil sort of the plot, but it's good. I'd recommend it.
Should they be enslaved too? No, because they have no money. Don't be stupid. Just leave me alone. Do your victims have money? Just leave the animals alone, you dumb fuck. The person responds.
The kind of people who argue against veganism piss me off because their arguments are usually the dumbest shit ever. Don't get me wrong, in this case, of course, the 9/11 vegan guy is also terrible, but like, this guy's argument against veganism is animals don't pay taxes? What the fuck? Why are so many people so bad at arguing their viewpoints? Just make arguments that make sense. Animals don't pay taxes. Kirthan says, you and all other children. Wait, so is he talking to a child? I honestly don't know. If he is, that's kind of hilarious. Then he's also calling a kid a dumb fuck, which is probably true. But all kids are dumb fucks, so.
No, because I have lamb for dinner and I can't wait.
And then that would make sense, but it would also be worse because then you have an adult vegan trying to dunk on a kid who's too young to understand moral arguments probably for or against veganism.
So Deep Vegan is still...
Check out Cherry Tree Boy's link if you want to help out with an emergency vet visit.
Going on in this conversation.
It's always so funny.
Link is in
Let's
chat.
pause it here and try and see. You're the one who says we should respect other people's choices. So you need to let us activists choose to do what we are going to do. You need to shut the fuck up by your own logic. Then the person says, just leave me alone, mate. And then Deep Vegan says, no, leave the animals alone. The person says, don't tell me what to do. Deep and continues, just leave me alone, please. I'm sorry for eating what I want. Just fuck off, you small-minded prick. Deep Vegan responds, golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated yourself. So I'm going to assume you don't want to be respected since you choose to not respect others. And the person says, fuck off, please. Then he...
This has got to be like a 12-year-old or something. I don't know. I guess I should say I don't know any adults who talk like this, but I think I do. I cover a lot of them, so.
He says, LOL. Fuck off, you wanker. We're looking at Deep Vegan's
It's always
account.
so funny when non-vegans
This is on his Instagram account.
tell me to leave them alone in DMs when they are always the one to initiate the conversation.
I'm excited, chat. This is off topic, but my ADHD is making me open these. I was able to get a PlayStation 5, and I got a purple faceplate for the controller when it comes in later this week. I'm very excited. And I got this heat sink that I'm gonna have to install for the... I bought an extra 2 terabytes of solid state memory for it. And I gotta figure out how to install a heat sink on an SSD, and I don't know how. So here's hoping I don't break it.
Conversation. They are always the one to send the first message. Like, they look me up on Instagram. They send me a...
I've been wearing my immortality rings. I haven't. For those who missed the last episode where I talked about this, remember the guy who invented the immortality rings who's super into incest porn? I got the rings. But no, I haven't been wearing them. I am aging normally, unfortunately.
message defending animal cruelty, and then it ends with them telling me to leave them alone. Oh my god. Yeah, humans just love to victimize themselves in any situation.
Then he has a post here, stop consuming honey, the problem with honeybees, bee extinction, why we're saving the wrong bees. Interesting. Sweden, be safe. And then Deep Vegan says, I don't think that's wrong.
I heard an interesting argument, and this isn't, you know, I don't expect this to convince any vegans specifically of, like, the ethical or unethical nature of honey, but I did hear an argument that made me go, hadn't thought of that before the other day. And it was basically that honey is one of the only animal products, if not the only animal product, that is ethical, because the bees basically consent to give it to humans because bees are allowed to leave the hive anytime they want. They can, if they're being mistreated, apparently, bees will leave the beekeeper hives that they're in and just go find homes elsewhere. Nothing is keeping them in that beehive. They're allowed to relocate. But if they're treated well, then they stay there and they know their honey's getting taken. It happens all the time and they're fine with it. Again, I'm not saying that necessarily makes them vegan, but I hadn't heard that before. It was interesting to think about. Rageology says, do you have any interest in covering the current exposure of abuses in the game industry and the Chud's reaction to it? Maybe sometime. I'm not super familiar with it. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, oh gosh, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they go by James Stephanie Sterling, unless that has changed. The Jimquisition, unless, again, I haven't seen the channel in a long time. So let me know if I'm naming incorrectly. They have a really good channel on YouTube that covers malfeasance within the game industry.
It's just when you force it on people and not, oh no, I guess this is actually a comment from somebody else. It's just when you force it on other people and not them do their thing. That's kind of crossing line. I'm in full support of veganism. Hell, I think some people in my family are, but at least they stick to what they're doing and let people do their thing. What's Deep Vegan going to say now? Nobody is forcing anything on you, animal abuser. The only ones who are being forced to do anything are your victims, who are forced to suffer and die because you pay for them to be tortured and murdered just because you want to. You're not the victim, regardless of how much you want to see yourself as one. The animals are the victim, you're victims. You don't support veganism because you're not vegan. That's like supporting the act of respecting gay people while being homophobic. It makes no sense whatsoever. And if you were supportive of veganism, you would think it was a good thing that animal rights activists like myself are trying to convince people to go vegan and calling...
Saying fuck the victims of 9/11 is not convincing anyone of anything other than the fact that you're an asshole. So, not the recruiting tool you're looking for. Oh, did I already show this? I got a purple faceplate for my PS5 controller, too. Gotta stay on brand.
...them out for being animal abusers. But you don't think it's good because you don't support veganism, which is why you want to silence us, because you want animal...
Probably Cthulhu's dramatic reading of the year. It's Stephanie? Are they just going by Stephanie now? Commander, Stephanie Sterling. See, I was under... They, them, pan and trans, gender trash, and non-binary finery. Because their channel is still Jim Sterling. I was under the impression that they were going by James Stephanie Sterling. But I'm not positive now. Now you have me second-guessing it. And I don't want to dead name anybody or misgender them. Either way, that person's great.
...animals to continue being tortured and murdered needlessly.
You think that's just for branding reasons? Okay. I'll have to watch their videos and see what they say. I haven't watched their videos in a while. But for now, I'll say Stephanie. Just in case. I don't know. Red Werewolf says, I believe their full name is still James Stephanie Sterling, but they go by Stephanie mostly. Okay, I'll stick with Stephanie then. Apologies if that's not what they would prefer. Sorry.
So this is what happened today on Deep Vegan's post. If you want to follow him, his account is deep_vegan. He has 553 followers. And yeah, tell him I said hi. Here are some other things that he posts. He has a TikTok account. Let's see what this is about.
None of that had to be done for animals because people have been eating animals from the dawn of time.
That is completely irrelevant to whether it is ethical or not. Just because something has been going on for a long time doesn't mean it's automatically justified in any situation.
Interesting. Let's keep watching that one.
Imagine if black people were still enslaved today, and that had been going on since the dawn of time. Would the enslavement of black people then be completely fine?
No. People make bad arguments against veganism and vegetarianism all the time. I see it regularly. Honestly, and this is true, and this is probably just because of practice, but most vegans and vegetarians I've come across are so much better at arguing in favor of their positions than any omnivorous person I've ever met, just because usually I don't think people feel the need to defend their eating meat and cheese and stuff, just because that's the norm in society right now. So when rando people on the internet or in real life get confronted with, you know, veganism or vegetarianism as an ideology, like philosophically, not just as a practicality, but when people are discussing the ethical implications of eating meat or animal products, omnivorous individuals like myself tend to be really, 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 really bad at expressing why they think it's okay to eat meat or cheese or whatever, because they just haven't thought about it. So then you end up with dumb people saying like, well, animals don't pay taxes, or people have always eaten meat, because people are really bad at getting their views across and haven't really thought about things like that. I don't know. Again, I still eat meat, I still eat animal products. I'm not vegan or vegetarian, but, you know. I just find it interesting. If you're going to engage in a conversation like that, be prepared. Or don't engage. Whatever. What if we found out plants feel pain? That'd be a shame. That would imply that plants have a consciousness, though. Which would be a whole other... That honestly, if plants had a consciousness, wouldn't that be awful? That'd be like, I have no mouth, but I must scream, right? They're just stationary objects, basically, that are alive and have feelings and emotions, but they're unable to interact with their environment in any meaningful way. That would be terrible.
No, it wouldn't be fine, for the same reason that it's not fine to torture and murder animals, even though it's completely unnecessary. Appeal to tradition is a fallacy, and you would have to be really dumb to think it's a good argument.
I never said I agree with animal cruelty. All I said is I don't agree with racism from white vegans. I hate the way they treat animals in the meat industry, and I really do wish there was a way more ethical way for us to get meat. All I'm saying is I agree with humans eating meat.
You don't agree with animal cruelty, and yet you are directly paying people to torture and murder animals for you just because you love chicken nuggets. You don't
Yes.
like how the animals are treated.
For all you know, and I don't think she probably does, for all you know, she ethically sources her meat. Because people's view on what is and is not animal abuse is different. To a vegan or vegetarian, the act of slaughtering an animal in the first place, regardless of how it's done, is animal abuse. That's a fair philosophical viewpoint to have. Not everyone agrees with it, but I understand where they're coming from there. But someone who is omnivorous, who eats meat, and doesn't have an issue with the slaughtering of animals for food, there is a line where the way where you are treating them breaches abuse. But before that, if you treat the animals well and kill them in a way that is quick and as painless as possible, they consider that ethical. That's why it's a discussion about the philosophy of it. And I know, vegan viewers and vegetarian viewers hear me say this and they go, what the fuck? What the fuck's the point? You're killing them either way. I know, I understand that. I'm just trying to explain to you the viewpoint that non-vegans and vegetarians have. I'm not telling you have to agree with it. I know you're not going to, understandably. Anadon Earhart, thanks for 8 months, says, everything is in fire,
treated, and yet you keep paying for it because you enjoy it. Here, let me show you how stupid you sound. I don't agree with black cruelty. Like, I hate how black people are treated, and I wish there was a better way for us to enslave black people. All I'm saying is, I'm okay with owning slaves.
I know he's doing a comparison, but, again, most people don't see human beings and animals as morally equivalent, so when you make suggestions that they are, people don't tend to like that. Cast Iron Pan says, I think it might be a kind of cognitive dissonance. People don't want to think that their actions are unethical, so when a vegan brings up a good point, they get defensive. Probably. Pyromancer says, sounds about as dumb as someone who doesn't care about people who died on 9/11. Yeah.
Yes, you agree with animal cruelty because you directly support it. You passionately defend it. So please, spare me this complete bullshit.
So does this guy support child slavery or, like, sweatshop labor because he buys clothes? Again, we're doing a comparison here, and it's not one-to-one, but what I'm trying to say is we all partake in unethical or less than ethical activities under capitalism because of the way that the economy is organized. Animals suffer and die. Humans suffer and die in poverty when they don't need to. It's bad. The system needs to be reformed completely. Global capitalism has fucked over so many people so other people can enrich themselves. It's real bad, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like someone once said there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Who was that? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is treating anyone who partakes in what you consider to be a less than ethical activity because their actions directly cause the suffering of another being. I know it's Marx. I was making a joke. I don't read theory, but I do know that one. Simply because they take part in an activity that causes that only kind of works if you yourself don't buy anything ever.
Words don't mean anything when your actions go directly against them. Forcing somebody into a slaughterhouse and slitting their throat just because you're addicted to their flesh, that is animal cruelty. You're literally murdering someone just because you enjoy it.
But what you're not going to do is sit here and attack Black and Indigenous people of color instead of targeting the big corporations. How does that work?
Oh, but I am. I am going to call out anyone who supports and defends unnecessary animal cruelty. I am going to defend the animals no matter what. Because they value their lives just like you value yours. And those big corporations, they exist because of you. You literally pay them to torture and murder animals. And guess what they do? They do the exact same thing you do. Instead of holding themselves accountable.
That's basically the plot for The Good Place. Yep, The Good Place is a great show. Weirdly, The Good Place, which is a network TV show, which I'd recommend. No one spoiled the first season or any of The Good Place for anyone, because I want people to go see it. It's one of the shows I own on Blu-ray because I love it so much. The Good Place really, really illustrates how almost every action we take in a global economy that doesn't put the quality of life for people in the forefront and instead puts profits in the forefront creates a system where we are all feeding into an unethical system that hurts people. It's basically, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, the show, you know, once it gets into it a little later. It's very interesting. Mike Mack says that's basically the plot. Oh, I read that one. Sorry. Pyromancer says, I like how this is mostly his video with little content added by the vegan teacher. Yeah, she does that. Don't spoil the first season. Yep, don't do it. Just watch the show. Just watch it. And if you're like, I'm not really feeling this after 2 or 3 episodes, at least get through the first season, okay? The show is different than what you think it is. Just watch the first season. I think it's on Netflix, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is.
They just point the finger at the consumer and be like, oh, but they're buying.
It has one of the best finales of any TV show, too. It's got, it ran, I think, for 3 or 4 seasons. I think 4. Perfect all the way through.
They're responsible because they're doing something.
Ted Danson is sexy. That's the twist. True. I'm not usually into, like, older, you know, people. Ted Danson's attractive. Ted Danson is an attractive dude. Maps and Mimic says, oh my gosh, I finished all of The Good Place in like a week and a half. I cried my eyes out during the series finale. Tucker White says, The Good Place, spoiler alert, Rosebud is the sled. It is on Netflix. Good. Everyone go check out The Good Place on Netflix. Devious Chilcher says, I'm unsure if they understand how racist sounding comparing civil rights to the rights of animals can sound to the average human. Yeah, I don't think they do. A little bit of, an ounce of pragmatism will save you a pound of explaining why you're not a racist.
Horrible. And you're also responsible because you keep paying them so they can continue doing it. You're like, oh, but target the corporations. And then you're like, here, corporations, take my money. Continue doing what you're doing. It's basic supply and demand. They keep doing what they're doing because you want them to keep doing it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be paying for it.
And you can sit there as a white person and tell a native how they should practice their culture and when they should practice their culture after you literally try to erase it. Are you out of your mind? You have no right to do so. Know your place.
Yes, I can sit right here and tell you that your culture justifies nothing. That you have no right to oppress others just because it's in your culture. How can you be so
Before you click on that comment, no cheating. Guess what color they are.
Daddy Sume says, okay, about The Good Place, the finale of that show gave me the worst panic attack ever. I legit had to go to the hospital and get Xanax to calm me down. Wow, that's surprising. I love the finale. That's interesting. I don't want to get into it because, for one thing, I don't want to, you know, give you anxiety, but also I don't want to spoil it. So I'm sorry to hear that. Tube Man says, that is also like the manga anime called The Promised Neverland about kids who find out they're being raised on free-range children farms for demons. I think that's the only anime premise I've ever heard that actually made me go, should I watch that? Red Werewolf says, my sister named her cat Eleanor after The Good Place. Aw, how cute.
It honestly takes some type of talent to be this tone deaf. Baby, me eating a chicken wing is not the root of all oppression. It's you! It's you! White women have not said anything intelligent since Susan B. Anthony. I know.
That's a little funny. No. Noetic Fox says, at 18 you can enter a contract where they pay you for expenses until you're 36 when they kill you for meat. This is called the Kobe program. Is it ethical? And do you enter it? Me? Yes, yes. Wow. I can't say I agree. Rachology says, the twist got spoiled for me. Still worth watching? Yeah. It's still a really great show, regardless of the twists and stuff. I'd recommend it. Stromboli for Wi-Fi says, she reminds me of a lot less problematic Professor Flowers. I dig it. And Daddy Sume says, I'm okay now. Also, I have Rescues Annex now, so I can head it off at the pass. But that ending has some of my biggest fears, being left alone, and the idea just sent me into a spiral. Sure.
Y'all think that's random, but that's legit the only white woman I can remember right now.
Why is it that so many of these anti-racist warriors are very racist themselves? Like, you are literally dismissing what people say only based on their physical appearance. And before you say you can't be racist towards white people because they're not oppressed, it doesn't matter what you call it, it's the same thing. And also, is this supposed to be some sort of flex? Like, look at this person, they're against torturing and mass murdering animals. Guess what?
No, she was pointing out that it was silly that you claimed, or whoever it was claimed, that the source of all, like, oppression in the history of humanity is speciesism. That's really stupid. Sexism, racism, classism, all of these things lead to the oppression of fellow human beings. Slow Dog with 100 bits says, Bortles! Stephen J. Neptune Man says, comparing slavery to animal cruelty never works out. I remember a wrestler once tweeting a meme saying, we still have slavery today, animal slavery, and the only response was, did she seriously just compare animals to black people? Yeah, not a winning strategy. Not a winning strategy.
What color they are? White! It's so typical of white people to respect animals. Like, is that supposed to be an insult or something?
No, the insult is that you don't recognize the kinds of oppression that have affected non-white, like, people throughout history, or women, whatever. That's what she's dunking on.
Are you saying that white people are less egocentric? They care more about the lives of others? They care more about not enslaving, violating, torturing, and murdering others?
Her camera work! I keep forgetting she's just like... Guys, like, okay, what I do is considered fair use, right? And what a lot of other people on Twitch and YouTube do is considered fair use because we are taking other people's content and we are transforming it. It's called being transformative, right? Criticizing, commenting on whatever on this thing. Comedy, whatever. There's all sorts of different things that go into fair use. That vegan teacher is literally just stealing his video and just posting it and then occasionally, like, panning the camera to some sticky notes. This isn't very transformative. Lil Money says, hi Hannah, as a mom of a child that is still trying their way, lesbian, gay, or bi, I want to help other kids that are in that situation. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Because if that's the point you're making...
I'm glad kids at least are... I mean, it's probably rough because the political climate's so, you know, what it is. But I'd imagine kids these days at least grow up with peers and a lot of adults who are supportive of them, like, learning who they are. Like, recognizing, you know, trans people exist. So, hey, if you're feeling like you want to explore your gender identity, you can do that. And we'll make sure you're not, you know... Probably depends upon the school, but, you know, hey, we'll make sure that if anyone bullies you or whatever, we'll kind of take care of it and whatever. kids are more open about other kids being gay or bi or whatever than they ever were, or ace or anything like that. Like, that's great. That's awesome. Even compared to when I was in school, which was like 10 years ago now. Daddy Sume says, this is worse than Ray Williams Johnson shit. Devious Chilster says, I mean, it's about as transformative as her way of trying to convert people to veganism.
Then you're kind of being racist towards yourself. Because having empathy and compassion for animals, being against the oppression of animals, being against the animal holocaust is not a negative thing.
Again, comparing slaughterhouses to the Holocaust, not a great look. Even if, and I'm not telling him he can't even feel that way, because, you know, I'm not all about policing people's, oh, you live in Trump land? That's gotta be fucking rough. I'm sorry. It'll get better. What was I saying? I'm not big on policing people's feelings, right? Because people have feelings and I'm not going to change people's feelings. I'm just not. So, like, this guy thinking in his own head that, like, killing animals for food is somehow morally equivalent to the Holocaust. I disagree, obviously. But if he thinks that, he thinks that. Pragmatically speaking, it's like the worst thing you could do to try and further your viewpoint to other people. They're immediately going to shut down, and they're going to say, what are you talking about, you insane person? You're comparing the Holocaust that killed 6 million Jewish people and millions of others who were considered, you know, not worthy to live by the Nazis, and you're comparing that to killing animals. Animals who people, again, do not consider morally equivalent to humans. I'm not telling you you can't think they are, or that they even aren't in some objective way, whatever that even means for this. I'm telling you, if you are trying to convince other people, then you need to consider their viewpoint. And the vast majority of people do not consider non-human animals to be moral equivalents to human beings in terms of their lives, their deaths, their feelings. I'm not telling you you can't feel that way, but you need to tailor your arguments for people who do feel that way if you want to convince anyone. And just coming out and saying the animal holocaust immediately shuts everyone down and makes people think vegans are assholes when they really aren't. I've never known a vegan like this in real life. Every vegan I've ever met is a wonderful, caring person. Like, this just makes vegans look bad. It's so ridiculous and it makes me so mad.
But it's also complete bullshit. Because whether someone is black or white is completely irrelevant to whether or not they respect animals. And yes, speciesism definitely is the root of all oppression. We're all taught from birth to respect certain species while enslaving, violating, torturing, and murdering other species by the trillions every single year just because they look different, which is the same mindset as a racist. Your human supremacist mindset is just as bad as a white supremacist mindset. Your belief that other species exist for you to use and abuse however you want is the exact same mindset which allowed white people to enslave black people. White people enslaved black people because they looked different. Just like humans enslaved, torture, and murder trillions.
That's racism. That's not speciesism. There are different words for different things. We also have sexism, where for most of human history, this is going to depend upon the culture and area, but let's say on average, women have not had as many rights as men. Right? That's not speciesism. That's just sexism. Classism, thinking that people who have less money or means than you are somehow lesser than you. That's not speciesism. That's classism. There are names for these things, and they're completely different than speciesism, which is a term you guys have come up with to describe humans' differing views morally between humans and animals. Which is fine. You can feel that way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I am saying that is a different discussion than racism or sexism or classism or any of the things that deal with, like, interhuman conflict and oppression.
Billions of animals every single year just because they look different. And you...
Nick says, did white people eat black people? Tucker White says, okay, that vegan chud is insufferable to listen to, so here's a 1-minute clip of incredibly stupid ad. Okay. Stormboy for Wi-Fi says, my mother is a lesbian, and I love when homophobes say gay people don't reproduce, and I just point out my 2 thumbs at me like Bob Kelso. Good shit.
In the car? On a plane? Snazzy Napper is here. The snazzy way to sleep while you travel. The Snazzy Napper is a comfortable and cool, soft and lightweight sleep and privacy shield that blocks out distracting light. You could use the extra large Snazzy Napper as a blanket. A soft nose clip allows the shield to gently contour around the nose and shut out light. The cushioned eye guard provides maximum comfort and light exclusion. An oval nose opening on the Snazzy Napper provides for easy breathing. Get a comfortable fit with the Snazzy Napper with adjustable straps. While others toss and turn trying to get comfortable, you can rest and relax with the Snazzy Napper. Snazzy Napper is so convenient and easy.
Why do you need a whole thing? Like, if the idea is, well, some eye blocker things, the light peeks in, then you get one of these. I've had these before. They block all the light. Why do you need a whole blanket over your head when you can just get an eye mask? They make ones that block out all light. I've owned them before.
Easy to use. It's like...
Stromboly for Wi-Fi says, the absolute first thing I would do if my wife used that was put a banana in the slit. Logard says, why? For the glory of satin, of course?
Privacy in a bag. Handy pockets make storing your glasses, your phone, or other items so...
I have a purse.
So convenient. Order your Snazzy Napper now.
What the
fully support it. Just because it brings you pleasure. Just because it's convenient. Just like owning a black slave was. Non-human animals are by far the most oppressed group of individuals in existence. Nothing we humans do to each other.
I mean, by mass, insects are like the most populous species on the planet, and I don't think we're oppressing insects, so... I'm just gonna say the math doesn't check out on that one. I know that's a bad argument. I'm just making a joke.
Each other even comes close to what we do to non-human animals. And I just find it sad that you don't realize that your mindset is the mindset of every other oppressor on this planet, which is that you value yourself.
Can we watch something else? There's only like a minute left.
So extremely far above everyone who was born different that you don't even think they...
Stop using that doll that you used in your racist video where you used the N-word. For the love of God, it just makes me keep thinking of that video.
Deserve respect. And guess who also have that mindset? Racists, sexists, homophobes, Nazis, you name it. It all stems from that extremely egocentric, self-assigned superiority. It's just so sad. It's really fucking sad.
So this is the Instagram by this guy named Deep Vegan. If you'd like to continue to follow him, you can find him on Instagram under deep_vegan. If you'd like to find me, I am that vegan teacher, Miss Katie, all one word. Thanks for being here.
Terrible. Oh no, he has a... God damn it. He add his Instagram too.
Thanks for being here.
Did she not link to him? I'll save him for another day, and we'll check in on some of his other trash. But for now, we're moving on, because that's all I can deal with from him. Speaking of self-assigned superiority, probably Cthulhu says, I mean, you're right. For every one person, there are 1,000 pounds worth of termites. That's gross. Don't tell me that, please. Okay, so this is a guy I found yesterday on the patron-only stream. He is a red pill alpha male guy who is obsessed with activities that he thinks will raise your testosterone and avoiding activities that he thinks will lower your testosterone. An example would be yesterday's video from the patron-only live stream, where he believes that jogging and any sort of cardio will lower your testosterone and make you a, quote, beta male. So, let's see in this video activities that he thinks will raise or lower your testosterone.
All right, let's do one more What's Up Doc. This is Doc Testosterone. In these episodes of What's Up Doc, I answer questions.
Did I mention he goes by Doc Testosterone? I kind of buried the lead there.
That you ask me over email. So these questions are by PM. He's like, hey Doc, call me PM on your video. Of course I'm gonna call you PM. I'm not gonna tell people that you have testosterone questions. By the way, don't be embarrassed. If you want to increase your testosterone, man, I'm
buried the lead, more like buried the seed. I gotta get a stream deck so I can just hit buttons and have sarcastic rim shots. Slow Dog says, I question this man's medical credentials. Golston says, cardio may lower my test, but all the muscles in the world won't help when you get winded from fighting for 10 seconds.
So proud of the people who don't.
I'm glad Cass is being cuddly, and probably Cthulhu says, Doc, please tell me I'm too poor to afford testosterone. I'm sorry. I hope you get your tea soon.
Give a fuck, who don't have this fear of, oh, I want to increase my testosterone. Dude.
You could have my testosterone if you want. I don't produce much anymore because I take T blockers, but like if there's any residual, you can have it. I'll send it to you in an email.
Women put on makeup to look better. They go outside with makeup. They're not afraid to tell people that they spend 4 hours on makeup. Why are you afraid to tell someone that you're working on your testosterone to become more masculine? Women do it all the time. They're becoming more feminine.
You don't have to wear makeup to be more feminine. Makeup, a lot of women just like because it, you know, makes them look pretty, or because they like the way it looks, because it's like an art, it's a way of making you look a specific way, or like clothes, it's a way of expressing yourself. I would not compare that to you being obsessed with your testosterone level and telling other people how insecure you are about your testosterone levels.
No one gives them shit about that. No one's gonna give you shit about this. Be proud that you are trying to become more manly and more masculine. Be fucking proud of it. Now, let's get to it. Hey Doc, I have read, number one, I have read somewhere online that not fapping for 7 days creates a sudden peak in testosterone in the 7th day, but afterwards drops back to normal levels. Is this true? Why does it happen? And is it of any significance?
Why are they asking this guy? Does he have any sort of credentials? This is our kitty. Cute. Let me look this guy up. Let me see if he has actually... Because, like, he says Doc Farhan, PhD. If he has a real PhD, hey, that's great.
My name...
That's awesome. I'm happy for him then. I'm very, very confused, though, because he's so obsessed with his testosterone. Doesn't T have a natural cycle anyways? I think hormones tend to. You'd have to ask Baha, though. The goal of this channel is to educate men on how to maximize testosterone levels They do, according to Baha. Dr. Farhan, Doc Testosterone, is a professionally trained neuroscientist who teaches state-of-the-art strategies and technique on how to maximize masculinity using basic scientific principles as well as the latest research from the peer-reviewed publications. Neuroscientist. Now that's interesting because he's not... I don't know. I gotta look more into this guy. Hold on. He's got a book. Let's see where he went to school if we can find it. I want to make sure he has an actual accreditation. If he does, that's awesome for him. But the obsession with testosterone is absolutely fucking insane. Looks like he's a real doctor. He's wearing scrubs in a hospital. Dr. Farhan is the CEO of Aphro-D and serves on its board of directors. He's responsible for all herbal formulations. Oh, it's a grift. As well as educational content on men's health, including answering all questions asked by Aphro-D Academy members. Prior to creating Aphro-D, Dr. Farhan founded Doc Testosterone, where he created video courses and wrote ebooks about boosting testosterone naturally. Previous to his work at Doc Testosterone, Farhan graduated with a PhD in neuroscience from the Montreal Neurological Institute of McGill University. Let's look that up. Why is a neuroscientist talking about testosterone and how to naturally increase testosterone? Nick says probably Trump University. No. We'll look it up. It's probably a real place. Their site's bad. The Montreal Neurological Institute Hospital accelerating the discovery of new treatments and cures through open science to help patients with neurological disorders. I need to find a source other than their website. Is there a Wikipedia page? The Montreal Neurological Institute Hospital, also known as Montreal Neuro or The Neuro, is a research and medical center dedicated to neuroscience training and clinical care located in the city's downtown core of Montreal, Quebec. It's part of the McGill University Health Center network and is situated on the northern slope of the Mount Royal along the east side of University Street, just north of Pine Avenue. It was founded in 1934 by neurosurgeon Wilder Penfield, who developed the Montreal procedure there for treatment of epilepsy. Interesting. Yeah, what's the open science thing? In 2016, the Neuro became the first academic institution of its kind in the world to implement in practice the principle of open science, where the Lawrence and Judith Tannenbaum Family Foundation donated $20 million to establish the Tannenbaum Open Science Institute. Dr. Guy... Is this pronounced Guy when it's, like, French? I'm not sure. Dr. Guy Rouleau, the current director of the Neuro, was awarded the Canada Gairdner-Whiteman Award in 2020 for identifying and elucidating the genetic architecture of neurological and psychiatric diseases. That's awesome. That's a shame that this guy is using his accreditation from this actual place to shill supplements to people. What a goddamn shame. Colston says, with a PhD in neuroscience, this guy is giving me Sam Harris vibes with how much Dunning-Kruger he has. Yeah, neurology is not endocrinology, so I don't understand why he... Like, presumably he went through normal medical school, so he would know more than, like, me or any other layman, but, like, that's not his specialty. He didn't train in this. Hormones are neurotransmitters. Yeah. Oh, you're right. He just does have a PhD in neuroscience. It's not a medical degree. My bad.
Okay, this is this Chinese study. Okay, if you go on PubMed, PubMed is where you can get articles, or I refer to this study in my book. So when you get my book, you'll be able to see the exact place on the internet, the exact article, and the references to get this study, this manuscript, and read it for yourself. But it's essentially a Chinese study. What they did was they took a bunch of men and they tried to figure out where
Miss K's, thanks for 15 months, says Shillin' like a villain. Stone Corbell, thanks for 15 months.
Where the testosterone peaks when they stop fapping. Okay, so they would essentially not fap, not have sex for day after day after day, and they were measuring their testosterone levels every day. Now, bear in mind that the way they measured testosterone was not very technologically savvy. Okay, so a lot of people today, when you go to a blood test, for example, the way they measure your bioavailable testosterone, they will sometimes use an equation, and depending on what constants they use in certain parameters of that equation, your bioavailable testosterone will be different than if you go to another clinic that uses another parameter in that to measure the bioavailable testosterone.
Dr. White says this guy radiates the same energy as this.
I was a wimp before Anchor Arms. Now I'm a jerk and everybody loves me.
Probably gonna have to cut that out. Colston says people like this make me feel confident that I could get a PhD one day when I get the money for it. I gotta show you guys, because yesterday I was watching a video where he said just the dumbest shit. Because right now he's just talking about like studies and stuff that I have no ability to parse or understand. But he was in a parking lot talking about... I gotta find this stuff. Alpha versus beta. I didn't see this one.
Today's paper is gonna be a paper that was published in 2011. In the...
Hold on. Let me find the one I watched yesterday. It's too good. Because then you guys are just going to think I'm dunking on a medical doctor for talking about medical shit. And I'm really not trying to do that. Because this guy does have a PhD in neuroscience. Did I say medical doctor again? Jesus Christ. Yoan80 says, I have to buy his book to get a reference for a very specific article. Or like one Google search, but probs not on the internet or something. The equation T equals 69. MW1642. Thanks for gifting us up. We're on a hype train. Where's the one I watched yesterday? God damn it, how many fucking videos does this guy have? Let me go into my history and find it. Oops, wrong button. Miss K's with 300 bits says, sub hype. Ba-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Sorry. We're almost there. We're in the area. There it is.
What's up, Pimp Daddy? Doc Testosterone here, again right after my gym workout. Today I did some bench press over here at the LA Fitness. Amazing workout. In this video, you will learn a lot about evolutionary psychology. I will teach you why weightlifters get pussy and virgins do cardio.
Okay, you should probably have a better understanding now as to why I picked this guy, right? The other videos, he's more professional, and you think, why is Hannah covering this guy? He has a PhD, right? This is why. Okay? This was my introduction to him. There we go. I feel vindicated now.
Cardio. Now, in terms of the gym, it is a microcosm of the savannah. A microcosm is anything that is small that represents something bigger. So the gym represents the savannah. What the fuck is a savannah? 300,000 years ago, or certain hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors lived on the savannah where they were killing animals. Animals were trying to kill them.
We're at 25% of the level 2 hype train, by the way.
Had to lift rocks, lift trees. They had to jump. They had to escape from predators. All of those movements are primal movements. They are involved in weightlifting.
See, this is what I'm looking for. the pseudoscience, not him quoting some Chinese actual scientific paper.
And that is what weightlifters do at the gym. That is what an alpha male is. Whereas the people who do cardio for 45 minutes to an hour, they are slowly jogging. They are the beta males of society. Why?
I wonder if anyone on the panel that awarded him his PhD has ever seen this video. Just curious. Mike Mack says this guy would disagree. I don't even know who that is. Simple Cat Girl with 100 bits. Noetic Fox says, as a gay guy, all this testosterone obsession and manhood obsession is such a buzzkill. You're giving my boyfriend stuff to kill the mood. Good for you. Doom Man says this looks like one of the outlet malls in my town. What the hell? Nick, thank you for gifting a sub. And we're caught up. 68% to level 2.
Because they're gonna lose muscle, they're gonna lose weight, but muscle. And if you do the wrong type of cardio, then your testosterone will drop. Now I'm gonna get a little bit later to what the right and wrong type of cardio is. But remember, the primal movements like squats.
Nick says the heart is a muscle, dumbass.
Squats, deadlifts, lunges, pull-ups.
It's a different kind of muscle, okay?
All of these are movements that our ancestors did back in the day, 300,000 years ago.
Argonium Bum, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. It was just a little too late to save the train, though. But thank you.
A million years ago, in the savannah. So when you had to kill an animal, you had to lift stuff. You had to climb up on a tree like a fucking pull-up. You had to do squats because you had to look around for predators. All of these primal movements exist because
human beings, fun fact, are very successful hunters in the wild with like spears and other, you know, primitive tools, because we are able to run long distances and we were able to track animals over those long distances. Literally, human beings could chase an animal until it got tired and couldn't run away anymore. And that's how human beings were such successful hunters. So he's full of shit, at least on this topic.
Because our ancestors did them, and they are the fucking movements that boost testosterone the most. What do you think boosts testosterone more? A, squat, or B, leg press? It's a squat. The deadlift is the best exercise for increasing testosterone. You know why? Because it uses large muscles. It uses like the butt, the glute max, the quads, the hamstrings, the big leg muscles and butt muscles. But then jogging, the pussy workout, like jogging 45 minutes to an hour, will reduce your testosterone. You're not using any.
This is why I have a treadmill, to reduce my testosterone.
Big muscle. You're not doing any kind of resistance training. That is what you need to do to boost testosterone. Now, those weightlifters will get pussy. Tell me the last time you saw a hot model like Kate fucking Upton or any other model out there. I don't even care about any other model. I only care about Kate. But any other model that was with a wimpy guy who you saw at the gym doing cardio. How about never? Every model, every girl who's hot, be it a musician.
Oh, Baja just said that the model he's talking about, is she still with him? Oh, is married to a baseball player for the Tigers. Baseball players do cardio. Oh, he's not on the Tigers anymore. Sports.
Musician or a sports player or a interior designer, a librarian, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? All those girls are with guys who look good. They look big. They're ripped. They have game too. Don't get me wrong. These guys have game. They have confidence. They have this energy that is masculine. This testosterone energy. They have it. Okay? But then you get the cardio motherfuckers who don't understand that when you are doing these marathon type runs, it is lowering your testosterone and increasing your estrogen and giving you the man boobs and the bitch tits. Go lift at the gym, be a fucking alpha male, and dude,
cardio isn't gonna give you man titties if you're a man. Just so you know, that's not how anything works. Logard says, leans over his computer chain, brushing the Dorito crumbs out of his beard, pushing his thick glasses up. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Krizia says, Christina Hendricks and that stoner dude from Super Troopers had a years-long relationship. Yeah. Simple Cat Girl says, it's the amount of stars that I see in the sky of hot girls with ugly guys and vice versa because physical attraction isn't going to get you laid, dude.
One more thing.
It might get you laid. I don't think it'll get you in a long-term relationship necessarily. If your personality is shit, no one's going to want to deal with you. You might get to hook up with people, though.
Very crucial. Smile when you go to the gym. When you are doing your bench presses and your squats and your lunges and your dead...
Speedy Yoshi says, okay, sir, we've asked you plenty of times to leave. You're scaring the stoners trying to buy candy at the Dollar Tree at 3 a.m. We'll have to call the cops if you don't stop screaming about man tits. The Navigator says, it's all about the Sigma energy. Rachology says, this guy is giving off energy. I wouldn't describe it as manly, though.
Lifts, smile. Because you are so fucking lucky, you motherfucker, that you get to do these compound movements, these primal movements with...
Ow. You meant relationships? Yeah.
Without the risk of death. You don't have an animal chasing after you. You don't have to pick up a fucking rock because your friend is underneath, his leg is being trampled upon. I was gonna say trampled. Trampled upon by a tree. You don't have that pain like our ancestors had.
He means crushed. Speedy Yoshi says, oh man, and this place got a party city too? Damn, Hannah, let's go. Field trip.
Feel very lucky. Smile at the gym. I go here, dude. I see all these fucking assholes with grins on their face. Oh, I have to work out. I don't want to go to the gym. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go to the gym. You are lucky that you get to go and do squats.
Baha, how did this guy get a PhD? In neurology, which I imagine is a difficult...
Science.
Sure, neuroscience.
I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that it's, like, a lie. But, you know...
I mean, there was a picture of him in Scrubs in what looked like a hospital.
Scrubs? Why would he be in Scrubs? He got a PhD. They don't work at hospitals.
Doing some sort of research or something? Or some hands-on experience where he got to go to a hospital and, like, see a brain surgery being done to learn about something or to see a brain. I don't know. I don't know how things work. You're the PhD candidate. You tell me.
He's just fucking trying... The only reason that picture exists is to try and make it look like he's a neurosurgeon.
Okay. Speedy Yoshi says, Hannah, you should know at this point that if you're rich enough, you can buy degrees. I don't think that's the case with a PhD. You actually have to, like... do shit.
I mean...
It takes years.
Is that place an accredited university?
I can try and look again. It looked like it was. It looked like it was accredited.
Looked like doesn't mean accredited.
The Wikipedia did not imply anything to me that it was unaccredited or that it was... Let me look again. Let's look at this picture. McGill University. God damn it. Let me see. He graduated with a PhD in neuroscience from the Montreal Neurological Institute of McGill University.
You can just copy and paste it.
McGill University is a prestigious public research university located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, founded in 1821 by royal charter granted by... Yeah, this is like a real university.
Fuck, I don't know, Hannah.
He can't be stupid, so
I'm not saying he's stupid.
It's gotta just be a grift, because he sells supplements. Is he just speaking the language of these kind of people in order to sell them supplements?
I mean, yeah.
Or did he somehow Mr. Magoo himself into a PhD?
Okay, I mean...
Colston says, yeah, McGill is a well-regarded university in Canada. So unless he's lying, and I'm not making that claim because I have no reason to think he's lying about it, then I think he's just pretending to be like this to sell supplements to people.
I don't think he's pretending. I think that he got a PhD in neuroscience, and he thinks that that makes it so that he knows everything that he could possibly know about, like, hormones and stuff for some reason. Like, yeah, hormones are produced, like, can be produced and signal in the brain, but, like, you're not an endocrinologist.
H. Barrett says, just because you're smart at one thing doesn't mean you're smart at everything. Remember, Ben Carson is a neurosurgeon. That's true.
Like,
Yo180 says, I mean, there was a few medical doctors that were saying crazy crap at the middle of COVID. I mean, they still are. Only 96% of doctors are fully vaccinated. Colston says, come on, Hannah.
96?
96.
That's more than I thought.
Yeah. Nurses, it's only like 70. Up higher 60s or 70. Colston says, come on, Hannah, you dealt with Jordan Peterson. This guy is easy to explain. I guess. Oh, I missed your bits. Sorry. How far up was it? Mike Back says, did he forget football players? Because many of them are bulky and they do cardio. I would imagine most sports figures work some sort of cardio into their routine. Yeah. Because being able to do things for long periods of time is crucial. Even in a, like football has a lot of starts and stops, but you still want to be able to run when you have to.
There has to be a picture out there of Justin Verlander doing... like sprints.
Probably,
yeah. That's the pitcher that's married to Kate Upton.
And deadlifts and feel fucking strong, man. You get to do all that without the risk of death. Thank God.
Yeah.
And the wrong way to do cardio, you just learned, is to do marathons and jogs for 45 minutes to an hour.
Nick says, if he doesn't do cardio, does that mean he lasts less than a minute in bed?
Oh, of course.
Here is the right way to do cardio. Do sprints. 30 seconds balls out and 30 seconds rest. 30 seconds balls out, 30 seconds rest. Do that 10 times. This is known as SIT, S-I-T, sprint interval training.
Why do your balls have to be out?
And it is a subset of HIIT, high intensity.
Now he's telling people to do sprints with their balls out. I'm just telling you what he said.
I understand you're telling me what he said, and my face is towards what he said.
Intensity interval training that you might already know. All of this shit is part of the Doc Testosterone plan. And you don't need to starve yourself. I've talked to...
Okay, I'm done with this video. I just wanted you guys to see, like, I'm not crazy. I wasn't just dunking on someone with a PhD like I know better. He's a crazy person. Okay. Are beards the new six-pack?
Yo, what's up? Doc Testosterone here at the Bishop Arts District in Dallas, Texas. We have not done this before. This is gonna be amazing. We're gonna go around and ask people about beards, about masculinity. We're gonna get the best beard
in town today.
I think beards are sexy as fuck.
Okay, why is that?
I think that beards...
Some people like beards, some people don't.
I hate beards.
It's a preference thing.
Are sexy because...
A lot of dudes look better with beards, some don't. It just depends. I don't know.
Because they make a man look more masculine. I like beards. I'm a big fan, especially on wizards. Like,
okay.
And the long white beards on like a little...
Like Gandalf?
Yeah.
We haven't heard that before. Thanks for... Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, what was his research? You said testosterone was not his research for his doctorate. Did you find what his research was? If so, I would love to see what it was. I won't obviously be able to know what the fuck it's about, but I'm curious what his field of study was.
I mean, I can parse through a paper.
Sure.
Why don't you have a beard? I can't grow one. Oh, shit. What about you, man?
I can't grow one either.
Okay, so you gotta try.
Look at the stubble, like you can't.
So recently, I sent out a...
Someone posted this earlier. Thank you. Speedy, it's his... Okay. Looks like it's a link to his stuff. Speedy Yoshi says, who would you rather have approach you for a man on the street segment? This guy or Caitlin Bennett? You know, now that I've typed out that I already know the answer. Caitlin Bennett. That'd be funny. Oh, I would have so much fun fucking with Caitlin Bennett if she came up to me to ask me any sort of question.
Like what?
I don't know, just she's used to dealing with idiots. And I don't think I'm stupid, so...
No, you're not.
And at some point, when I get frustrated, I'll just tell her to go shit her pants. Like, it's easy. He has a video titled, I said fuck for the first time at 30. That's amazing.
Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Zero Matey says, good old man on the street. Great for when we want to edit out unwanted opinions. That's why I hate those segments. Alright, yeah, here's his, he has 3 papers. One from the Journal of Neurophysiology from 2013. One from Hippocampus, 2007.
How old is this guy?
I don't know. Brief motion stimuli, preferentially activated surround suppressed neurons in macaque visual area MT. Any of these look like something you would want to look at?
Let's look at the calcium-potassium currents one. I want to see where he is. Is it just him? It's okay. I'll go look at it on mine. I have access to things. Is he the only author on that paper?
That's what it says.
No, I can see the PDF.
Oh.
There are more than a couple of
Okay.
authors.
He might be the primary.
No.
He's not?
He wouldn't be.
Gotcha. H. Baird says, if you want a real hoot, look up Brian Josephson. He's a Nobel Prize winner in physics who started doing paranormal research. Speedy Yoshi says, you know one man who looked better without a beard.
What?
You can scroll down to see the paper. Oh. Oh, it is. It's right here. I'm a genius, guys.
Yeah. 2007. He hasn't published anything.
His most recent publishing was 2013.
Okay, so that was probably during his studies. 2013 was his... So this was probably his master's thesis, and then the responses of plaid stimuli is probably his doctoral thesis.
He hasn't uploaded it. So you have to request it. So I can't. There's nothing to scroll down to. So in his entire career, he has been a party to 3 publications. Is that low?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been a party to 2 publications, and I haven't finished a PhD yet.
Okay. Maybe he was like, I'm gonna get a PhD so I can grift.
Or maybe his parents really wanted him to get a PhD. I know there are some people, like, there's, I went to undergrad with a girl whose parents wanted her to get a PhD in chemistry and work for like a pharmacy laboratory, and she wanted to be a teacher.
Slow Dogs has found this in his LinkedIn. At one point, he was the director of Las Vegas Immersion. I don't know what that is. I also don't have a LinkedIn, so I can't look at it.
Just look up Las Vegas Immersion. What?
I don't see any business called... Oh, maybe this?
Okay, whoever commented that, what is that? What is the Las Vegas Immersion?
Is it this place? That, like, projects things on the walls? Speedy Yoshi says, smart, handsome, sophisticated, sexy. I don't even say a name, but he popped into my mind anyway. Anyway. Director of Las Vegas Immersion, Real Social Dynamics, February 2014 to September 2018. Las Vegas, Nevada area helped develop $1 million self-development program for social skills, managed 200 students and 20 interns, led interactive meetings to ensure team plus client satisfaction and worked collectively to solve problems. Yeah, it seems like he got a PhD and then just fucked off and did completely different things, and now he's grifting supplements and YouTube stuff for chuds. That's sad. What a waste of a PhD. Someone else could have been in that program that actually gave a shit about what they were doing, and you know what I mean? That's fucked up.
I mean...
I wonder if his parents are rich, and like, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, some people get so, like... battered down by a PhD that you just can't stay in that field anymore.
I guess, but then he shouldn't use his PhD as like, I'm this, even though, and then use that to bolster his business when it has nothing to do with it.
I agree. And that's right. Everybody, like, it's not like he got into a bunch of student debt doing a STEM, like a science degree. You normally get paid for it and don't have to pay tuition.
Yep.
It's not like other degrees, PhDs, you actually like have to go into debt unless you can outright pay.
So like if you want a PhD in classic American literature, you gotta pay?
Oh yeah.
Oof. Noetic Fox says, these guys know femboys get an insane amount of women. Yeah, I mean chicks his on my boyfriend. Chicks his on hit on my boyfriend, and I and we are rather obviously gay. Colston says, I live near a place with a high Muslim population, and getting master's degrees and PhDs is something that you do. Oftentimes they came from rich families where everyone just gets PhDs for fun. He's probably a case of that.
Do we know
I would have no way.
Muslim?
Yeah, I don't know if he's Muslim, and I don't want to make that assumption.
The next speaker I'd like to bring to the stage is from a real perspective.
Stuff, everything that I know about testosterone, I'm going to tell you at the end of the talk how to get that for free. So all that will be.
Fiance, the one that did the like understanding men class for women.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done looking at that guy for today. Jeez.
What was that?
I just set this down.
Well, it scared the cats with it. The cat scared me.
Wow, those are awesome. Look at these. They're like cat things, but they hang on the ceiling.
Oh yeah, I've seen them.
Those are great.
Cass is the least graceful cat. in the entire world.
Yeah.
She has, like, I don't know if she has some depth perception problems or, I know that she has, neurological damage, like, in her rear end.
Yeah.
So I don't
She
know
got
if
hit
that
by a
has to
car
do-
before we got her.
So, but yeah, she is very, very graceless.
I don't know if I want to deal with this Bass video today.
What is it about?
You gotta break single women like a horse.
Oh no! If you want to do it, I'll sit here with you.
On one condition.
Yeah, I have to go grab the chair and go to the bathroom. So do a cleanse while I'm
Okay.
getting ready.
Let me charge this other earphone for a sec while we're waiting. How does he get words each video? I couldn't tell you. It's pretty ridiculous. Speedy Yoshi says, you remember the whole Hassan discourse where they wouldn't shut up when he bought the house? Now they're doing the same with AOC wearing a tax the rich dress. Kill me now. Jesus Christ. Peter's going live. Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? He's not live yet on mine, although he is probably about to. Where is Chill with Peter?
Most not reported. And a doctor was saying he had evidence that 20 of his patients died from the COVID vaccine. He submitted all of them to VAERS, and VAERS accepted one of those.
I couldn't roll my eyes hard enough. I just can't. Speedy Yoshi with a link from Bad Medical Takes. Inland Empire father of 5 dies of COVID just weeks after wife. Any chance these nurses and doctors are punishing unvaccinated with deadly treatments? Oh my god. Everyone is stupid. The world is bad. Everything is bad. Everything is a nightmare. Nick says, doesn't VAERS just accept anything even if they get hit by a car after getting vaccinated? Yes.
We will honor the memory of all those who lost their lives on that horrible day in American history. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain silent as we toll a memorial count of 10.
Classy event Donald Trump decided to spend his 9/11 at, huh? I do like a good shit show. I'll give you that. Last bits found my wedding. No. Nick says, Hedgehog. Cute.
Sonic the Hedgehog?
No.
Like the gene that's important for,
No. Speedy Yoshi says, last bits, I found your wedding dress. Why? Why is it horse? Why is it horse? Why horse? Why horse? I ask. Blackwing Hecate says my mom's cat is a Maine coon and her brain is clearly unable to process how large her body is and she's very clumsy. That's a shame. Yeah. They were trying to have a moment of silence at this boxing match Trump did for...
How the hell do I put this in my ear?
Wrong ear. No, right ear. You're right.
I got it.
There you go. Oh, cute lipstick.
Thank you.
They tried to have this moment of silence and look.
Lives on that horrible day in American history. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain silent as we toll a memorial count of 10.
How drunk do you have to be?
I don't know. That was pretty good. Anyway, let's get to the shit. Tea with Goblin says bits for Baja Lippy. Austin Rosenberg says Triller is going to sue you. I'm not familiar with who that is. Okay, so Bass has a new video entitled Why You Gotta Break Single Women Like a Horse.
Has he ever met a horse?
Has he ever met a woman?
Okay. So, I'm actually really glad. I actually recorded this video, but I didn't turn on my microphone. It's a good thing I did.
Did you react to Sticks and Hammers?
No, I did not. I wasn't sure if he said any transphobic shit, and I didn't want to deal with it today.
Yeah, today's a good day. Today's the better name day.
Mm-hmm. I got my driver's license and everything updated today for my new name.
Because it turns out some of the stuff I was saying in my video was wrong. So I get a second chance.
Oh, wait. One second. Okay, so a condition on me watching this, we need to do a prediction. So one of the mods, make a prediction thing on how many times Bass is going to slip into the British thing. Less than 2 or more than 2. And then everybody can vote with your channel points. So we gotta wait until that prediction's done.
Okay.
Unless you want to do it.
I don't even know how to set up a prediction. Is it just command prediction?
I think so. There we go. Start prediction. Yeah, start prediction.
Do I have to change any?
No, start prediction.
Gotcha.
Okay, we're doing it.
Hold on. I don't know what these say.
It's how long will Peter, like, just, Anna, come on. You're not typing. Okay, yes, you are typing.
That's what I'm saying. The box is obscured.
Pull this over.
It has worked with me instead of against me, but despite.
I think you touched your ear. Yeah.
No, I touched the ear to your arm.
The ear to my arm?
Yes, this to your arm.
Gotcha.
Excuse me.
Okay, there's the prediction. Make your predictions. RMG0006 says, Sorry, off topic, but I have a question. I made a very bad choice. I went to a call video you covered earlier this week, got mad listening to it, and got into a comment argument with some guy. What is it about the King James Version Bible that makes some of these people so ridiculously overconfident in everything they say? I get the religious placebo effect, but the King James Version specifically, he was talking about, like, a goddamn mystical grimoire. It has to do with the fact that a lot of churches teach their congregants that. Evangelicals, I think, are pretty big on the King James Version. The Baptist church I went to growing up, or school I went to growing up, was big on the King James Version. They basically teach their followers the King James Version is the only version of the Bible that's legitimate, and all the other ones are bullshit. That's why. Nick says, I'll try not to jinx the British thing this time. And Blackwing Hecate says, What did you do between Peter and that vegan teacher? I passed the duck out. A PhD who's obsessed with testosterone. Wait, did it already finish? What the fuck? Hydrate. Where is it? I don't even see it.
Yeah, it goes away until we... Oh, it timed out.
Yeah. Alright. Well, whatever it was.
Fight it. There's still some things that are...
The prediction.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, we can do it later. Once we know
very important, that I have to say. So, what inspired this impromptu video was actually a post I saw on Snapchat. And the original...
I gotta restart the whole thing. I can't clip this out for YouTube. There's too much starting stuff. Alright. People in chat, I'm sorry you had to hear this twice. We're doing the new Bass video. It's entitled, You Gotta Break Single Women Like a Horse. It's gonna be bad.
Okay. So, I'm actually really glad. I actually recorded this video, but I didn't turn on my microphone. It's a good thing I didn't, because it turns out some of the stuff I was saying in my video was wrong. So I get a second chance. Fate has worked with me instead of against me. But despite it, there's still some things that are very important that I have to say. So
that counts, right? That sounded like he was doing the British accent. That counts as one. Let's go back.
So I get a second chance. Fate has worked with me instead of against me. But despite it, there's still some things that are very important that I have.
Yep.
That's
there
one!
There was a very clear transition into it.
Nick says, can you do that all the time? Never turn on your microphone? That'd be better for us.
I have to say. So, what inspired this impromptu video was actually a post I saw on Snapchat. And the original post I saw was the lady who I've met a couple times. Does, you know, I think when I first met her, she was at Walmart, trying to spit game. Then I met her again.
You were trying to hit on women at Walmart? What?
And at Walmart, she was grocery shopping. I just said, hey, what's up? So I've seen her a couple times. She...
Don't make her day worse. She's already shopping at Walmart.
She's an alright human, in person. But her social media presence is incredibly obnoxious, right? Like, it's
glass houses, Baz.
It's hilariously obnoxious, it's very, very unbecoming, I'm going to be honest with you. But she made this post where she was talking about, she had an impromptu day. Her boyfriend had offered to go take her to Universal Studios, and just for reference, for people, who aren't in Florida, Universal Studios is a theme park in Central Florida. We're from Jacksonville, so that's about 2 hours and like 40.
Someone says that's 2. I didn't even hear it that time.
5-minute drive. About.
There was no, whatever that was, it doesn't count as 2.
Excuse me. So the idea of driving 2 hours and 45 minutes just on a whim, kind of suggests that you have money. That's why in her post she was like, big dick energy, right?
It's big dick energy to drive 2 hours to a theme park.
In the Midwest, we drive 2 hours for nothing.
Which I get.
In fairness, yes, guys, I know Peter's stream is on. What do you want me to do? We're in the middle of this video. Maybe we'll check it out a little later. As long as you all promise not to fucking go over there, because you're not allowed to do that. What was I gonna say? Now I lost my train of thought. In fairness, Universal Studios is expensive to get into. It's an expensive theme park. So that would make sense, but driving 2 hours?
Okay, I do want to say, Twitch etiquette, it's not like good to go into other streamers' things and promote, like, other streams.
Yeah.
Like, just Twitch etiquette. You shouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna leave your stream and go to a different stream. And you shouldn't come on and say, oh, this other person is on.
That's one of the only things I think Jake ever did was that pissed me off. Yeah. I think I'd even told him, like, don't do that. I don't remember.
You did, because I made you.
Yeah, one time he went live and he came into my chat and he was like, hey, I'm going live. Like, don't poach my fucking viewers.
A little bit. Yeah, you know.
No! Stop talking about Peter. I'm gonna ban Peter's name.
Yeah, that's
I don't care
exactly
nothing
what we're talking about. We need to stop that Twitch etiquette.
We're talking about this right now.
Not
if you want to go watch Peter, that's your business. But we're talking about this.
But Universal. I went to Universal Studios twice with my family. And I think the only thing that really meant anything to me was when I was with my family. I don't remember. There was only one ride I really remember in Universal Studios. That was the Mummy ride. Like I said.
You don't remember the Jaws ride or Back to the Future? Back to the Future was my favorite ride. And they got rid of it to do the Simpsons ride, and it sucks. Noetic Fox says, by the way, the Brit thing, it's him channeling Sargon. He does it to honor Sargon. Also, do not hit on people at the supermarket. I, as a gay man, will kick you the fuck out of my store for that.
Hell yeah.
The things I remember, again, in the Jurassic Park ride. The things I remember was being with my family, you know. So I don't care. I can go, listen, man, I can go to a park with people I care about and have a grand old time. Now, the reason why I wanted to highlight this, though, is what they're doing, right? Now here's what really inspired the impromptu video. I'm gonna play her story.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this shit in perspective. Like 4 years ago, I was with my ex-fiance, who was a piece of shit. My son's birthday came around. It was my son's birthday party. We invited his family, my family, everybody.
I think so. Is he just playing like a conversation they had, like a psychopath? Did she know that this conversation was being...
Florida a two-party... I think Florida's a two-party consent state.
What the fuck?
Bass, did you tell this woman that you were recording her?
Stromboli says, do you feel the irony in the ADHD of chat you have to manage? It's not irony. It's just is what it is.
Is what they're doing, right? Now here's what really inspired the impromptu.
It's probably a social media video or something.
Story. Okay.
Impromptu video. I'm gonna play her story.
But still,
okay, so I'm gonna put this shit
public.
It might be. I'm not gonna assume.
I know.
Perspective. Like 4 years ago, I was with my ex-fiance, who was a piece of shit. My son's birthday came around. It was my son's birthday party. We invited his family, my family, everybody. He left halfway through the party to go get fucked up at somebody else's house and left me there with all his family. This year, my boyfriend currently is at Walmart picking out birthday presents for my son, who he loves so much. At Walmart picking out presents.
Okay, so she's now with someone who's nice and
loves her kid.
Yeah, that's cool. Good for her. Is Bass somehow gonna try and defend the ex-boyfriend? It's weird that Bass can meet a woman at Walmart, presumably try and hit on her, fail because she's with someone.
Go stalk her social media.
Then somehow find a reason to hate her and make a video about it.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, I didn't want to date you anyway. You rejected me, and I'm gonna show how much of a whatever you are. An unbroken horse.
Oh my god.
My ex-fiance would never. He wouldn't fucking never. Because you know why my ex-fiance would have been like, oh, that money could be used for other shit. But my new boyfriend doesn't do anything like that. And he's a good man. He's a good man to me and my son, and he loves my son. And I could not be more happy or thankful for the man that's in my life.
See, that's so sweet.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Now, I heard that and I thought to myself.
Two.
I sat there and I thought to myself, and I was like, I actually started laughing at first. First time I laughed, I was like, so you couldn't have just been with that man from the beginning?
Presumably she didn't know him, and also, sometimes, I don't know if you know this, Bass, sometimes you get in a relationship with someone, and then you find out over the course of time that you're not compatible or that they're a piece of shit.
How long did it take for you to realize?
Like 7 years.
Yeah. It took me, like, hindsight, it's different. Hindsight,
Yeah.
I knew after, like, an hour.
Sure.
But it took me 4 years to really realize. And the straw that broke the camel's back was my ex left me at a museum with no money, no way home, and I didn't know anyone in the city that we were at. And he just left me there. He didn't tell me he was leaving. He didn't say where he was going. And for, like, an hour or something, he wouldn't answer his phone. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. There were other worse things, but that was it.
Guys, surprise, he's a chud. That's a shame. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I went to therapy, and now I'm with the love of my life. So
You had to go through the fire and flame. You had to go through the bad relationship. Come on. So here's the thing. It's
the other guy put her through that. You dumb fuck.
In fairness to Bass, I don't think he's ever been in a relationship, so he doesn't know how people work. Dude with Goblin says Baja definitely upgraded.
Yeah.
It's a tale as old as time. It's not a revolutionary story. It's not anything, you know, I haven't seen a trillion times over. Like, it really isn't, you know, but, like, women will have craptastic, awful, stupendously bad relationships that are bad for no real reason, honestly. Relationships that are so neglectful and terrible for no good reason, honestly. You know, they'll do all this stuff, and then at the end of the awful, terrible badness, you know, you guys didn't see it because I didn't post it, but she had a caption in her video where she was talking about she's so thankful that she waited to find the love that she deserved, right? And it's this interesting idea of deserving and, like, paying off the pain and the misery that the woman felt. The truth of the matter is, like, everyone does it, you know. Everybody, well, I wouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people do it, you know, after they go through something traumatic or bad and they go through a lot of pain, they want to feel like there's some kind of reward or there's some kind of meaning to the
Absolutely none of what he is explaining was present in the post she made. She was just saying, she was comparing, hey, like, the actual father of my child is this deadbeat piece of shit, but this other guy I'm with, my partner now, is a wonderful person who loves my kid. Isn't that nice? At no point in her post did she say one was necessary for the other.
Yeah. I don't think
it's like he's projecting something. It's weird. Bless you.
Thank you. I don't think Bass understands the concept of a linear timeline. Like, it's not that she thinks that this thing had to happen for the good guy to come along. It's just this thing did happen, and then it just so happens that she meets this awesome, caring man afterwards. Yeah. Like, it's not like she's saying she had to pay some karma to the universe by being with this awful dude and to get the nice guy. And I know that he's gonna be like, well, nice guys just, no woman wants to be with a nice guy until they've been with an awful blah blah blah. It's like, no, you meet someone, you think that they're nice. I read something once, I don't know if it's an actual statistic or if it was just something that was like, you know, an anecdote, but I read something that average, it takes like 6 months for red flags to start popping up for abusive relationships. Like, you're already 6 months into a relationship, and it's not like it's something that happens overnight.
No, it's gradual.
It's gradual.
It's crabs in a pot, slowly being, you know, boiled. People who are abusers or do toxic things, especially if it's not their first relationship, have already learned that those behaviors are unacceptable. Therefore, they will try and suppress that behavior to try and get that person into the relationship, and then slowly over time they will either consciously or unconsciously just stop giving a shit and start behaving abusively or behaving toxically, whatever, once they feel that they no longer have to put up a front in order to attract that person and get them in a situation where they feel invested in the relationship.
Also, it seems like Bass might be under the conception that, like, it's her fault for being in that relationship, which I want chat to know. If you're in an abusive relationship, it's not your fault. And it's not your fault if you, like, take a while to get out of it, if you're still in it, or anything like that. Like, you have to do what's safe for you, and, you know, it's not your fault.
Student Corbell says, it's just a thing that happens. People can't plan out their life like they're optimizing a video game playthrough.
Exactly.
Pain. There's something to justify it, you know. And that's when a lot of young ladies...
That's okay. So I encounter this a lot with, like, people that are just learning, like, undergrad levels of science. This is a very similar thought process that happens, where you have this conception of, like, when I'm teaching genetics, they think that it's very A to B to C, and that it's always like that and always has to be like that, when a lot of times it's not. Like, there are always other factors, other things. It's not like straightforward linear thing. And it seems like he's confusing the fact that she's looking at the good things in her life as being, you know, he thinks that she's trying to justify what she went through with the current good things, when it's actually she's just appreciating the fact that this thing happened previously, and I'm thankful for now I'm not in that situation anymore. She's not like saying, oh, well, I had to go through this thing to get to this thing.
Tea with Goblin says, at the heart of this is a profound anger that women don't have to settle for mediocre, abusive men if they want stability and social capital. He's resentful that the onus is now on him to improve, so he's lashing out at her for making him aware of his own shortcomings. Utterly pathetic. That's a really succinct, awesome way of pointing it out. Simple Cat Girl says, I'm happy that the woman found a good partner and father figure for her son. Also, fuck Bass. Can I get a fuck Bass from chat? Thank you.
Ladies do. The pain that they feel, the justification for their awful, terrible, bad relationships was the fact that in the end they'll get a good one. And I think, to me, the number one thing that kind of... There's two things, actually, here. There's two problems here, actually. Despite its positivity, there's still lots of issues, actually. And the first thing that kind of gets me is the fact that so much neglect was needed before you gained an appreciation.
No!
For the good qualities of men.
No.
Why did you need to suffer? Why did
you don't?
Your child need to suffer so in order to appreciate people giving and being kind and being just okay and just being decent? Why did it take neglect?
It didn't take neglect, Bass. The neglect happened. It happened. And now she is with a completely different person that has different qualities. It's not that it needed to happen. She just hadn't met the second guy yet. It's not like there were two men, an asshole and a nice person who cared for her son, and she decided to take the asshole. And like even if that was the scenario, there could be many reasons. I don't know if she said for sure that her ex-fiance was the kid's dad, but like sometimes you want to stay with the father of your child. Like you want to have that family like unit for your kid. But like I don't think this scenario was, all right, I'm confronted with two different people. One I know is an asshole. One I know is a good, caring person. I'm going to choose the asshole. It just happened in, like...
linear time.
Yes. It's like rolling a die, you know? Like, you can't... You either roll, like, an odd number or an even number. And she happened to roll... an even number and got the shitty dude the first go around, and then she ended up meeting a nice, caring man. Like she could, if she met that nice dude the first time, do you think that she wouldn't have wanted that bass? Are you stupid?
Nick says, does he know that not everyone gets into abusive relationships? And Blackwing Hackety says, A then B, not A because B. Nick also says she rolled a natural 1 and then a natural 20.
In the misery and pain before you finally was like, hold on, maybe my son should have a father that like invests in him and cares about him and spends time with him. Like, why didn't you think about that before?
Now, she clearly did, which is why she broke up with the ex.
Yeah, ex-fiance. She clearly broke up with him before they even got married. Are you fucking kidding me, Bass?
Reasons why I didn't think about it before that I have broken down numerous times. It's because, and even now, currently, it's still probably more a battle for validation than it really.
I hate how he always drinks, or when he holds things, he holds them in the most condescending way. Have you noticed that? Yeah. Where he'll be like, I'm opining upon the truths of the universe. Just let me take a sip.
I am channeling Sargon of Akkad because he is just so refined and British, and I can't help myself.
Slow Dog says, just to clarify, this is all based on some cyber stalking he did of a woman at Walmart.
Yes.
Yes.
Really is a battle to like create a strong family. But a lot of the time, it all just comes to material. It all comes to the cost-benefit analysis. Whatever the cost was being with her ex-fiance.
Okay, Bass, no one goes into a relationship thinking about cost-benefit analysis. We don't fall in love analytically, necessarily. I didn't meet Hannah and think, oh, you know, she's like a YouTuber and she's got like 100 and something thousand subs and like, oh, she's been doing this for a decade. She must be like in a good place, and you know that'd
be a miscalculation anyway.
And like the cost is I don't know what the cost would be because I didn't do a cost benefit analysis to fall in love with someone. We fucking messaged each other on Twitter, realized that we both watched this same movie growing up, and we're like, hey, we should do like an online movie watch of this movie because we both liked it and I hadn't really found anyone else that liked the movie. And so we did. One night we had like a Skype type thing on the internet where you can watch a movie together, and then we just kept watching movies. She showed me Neil Breen movies, and I thought that was endearingly strange.
The fact that she stayed after I showed her a single frame of a Neil Breen movie.
Yeah, and I showed you like some weird YouTube videos, like the grapefruit method video with the dildo.
Oh yeah, I remember
that. And so there was no cost benefit analysis. I just was like, okay, I really enjoyed talking with her about these Neil Breen movies. I had never encountered Neil Breen. I didn't know who he was. I had no idea of his existence at all. And like having that like nostalgia of watching a movie that we watched as kids, it was really fun. And so then, you know, we didn't flirt after that until like a week later. we were both saying things mildly flirty, and I showed a gif of Castiel from Supernatural saying, "Is that a flirtation?" And she used a Friends gif of Ross saying, "Perhaps," and then we decided to go on a date.
Probably Cthulhu says, y'all are literally so cute, though. Thank you. Colston says, the grapefruit method. I remember when the Drunken Peasants covered that video and TJ grapefruited Paul's ego on camera. MW1642, thanks for gifting us up.
Like, I have never ever heard of anyone doing a cost-benefit analysis of dating someone.
That's probably how he views women, which is why he's confused why they're not viewing him the same way.
Yeah.
That's why he's projecting how he looks at relationships onto other people, and that might be why he hasn't had a lot of, or any luck? I don't know.
Yeah, the only time I do an analysis of a relationship is if we have a disagreement or something, and we sit down and we talk about it, and we, like, try to figure out why we had that disagreement and what we can do later. Yeah. Like, it's not a cost-benefit analysis.
You know, whatever the benefit it was, in her mind, outweighed the cost. You know, until finally she decided to break up with him, or he left her. I don't know. But it's like, why is such pain and such misery required? Why must a woman be...
We're only 7 minutes into this 24-minute video, by the way. We gotta speed this up.
That's good. It's like he thinks that he's so much better than this woman. Yeah. Because he's just like, well, I would know before even going on a date with someone if they were worth my time.
I think he has to as a defense mechanism. Otherwise, he has to recognize that this woman probably just denied him, and he isn't, like, he has to say, I don't know. I think he has to project the idea outward that he is better than other people in relationships. And he's like, well, I might not be in a relationship, but at least if I was, I would know better than to enter that kind of relationship.
Yeah. Like that's not how it works, Bass. You meet someone, you like them, and then you see where it goes. Her relationship with that asshole didn't work out. She saw where it went, and then she decided to take another chance with someone else, and it's working out. She found someone that loves her kid, and is taking care of them both. It's a roll of the dice. It's not an upfront, like, I'm gonna decide to be in a relationship with this asshole.
Krizia says, did Bass get his idea of relationships from Fox and Xanatos and Gargoyles? Seen Gargoyles.
Broken in like a damn horse.
Bass, I promise you that if you ever say, I need to break you like a horse to a woman, that will be the end of your relationship.
Outside of very, very specific context.
Yes. If it's like pony play, 100% go for it.
That's the perfect thing to say in that case, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna break you like a horse.
Yeah.
But, dude, if you want to be in a relationship, you absolutely could be. You can find a lady, which is what I think that you're into. I think you like women. And you can find someone that shares your interests. You just have to treat her like a human being. You know what you do? You treat her like a friend. Like how you treat your bros. You literally treat her exactly like that. Because women are also people, just like men. And they both need the kinds of affection that the other needs. Like, you know, my guy friends and my girlfriends, they both need care and compassion and to have fun and blow off steam together. And, like, that's how you get a relationship. You find someone you like, common interests, and then you just build from there. It's not this thing where, oh, you have to change them. If you go into a relationship wanting to change a person, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It absolutely will end badly. And to think, you think that you have to break every woman like a horse? You're infinitely dumb.
Nick says, or brony play.
With single motherhood, with poverty, with neglect, with abuse, and I'm not sure if the guy like abused her, but it's clearly neglect, right? With his child. Why is all of this required? Why must we break the woman's will finally before she finally thinks, oh, I could be with a man that's good?
Bass, she probably assumed the first guy was good until she realized he wasn't. The thing about people who are assholes is they hide the fact that they're assholes. That's part of what makes them assholes.
I don't understand how Bass, like, I don't understand what's up with this belief that Bass has where he thinks that women have to go through a bad relationship before they can find
it's part of his guy. It's part of his understanding because he has an ideology that I cannot say the word of here on Twitch.
Does it start with an I?
It may. So part of that has to do with the fact that he needs to believe that women only go for assholes, which is not the case. But he needs to believe that because in his mind he's a nice guy. He, by definition of his own terms, is a nice guy, and if women aren't clamoring to be with him, then by definition it must mean women do not like nice men. So, when he sees a woman, like that woman from Walmart who he is now cyberstalking and posting her stuff on his videos to criticize her, which is weird, she didn't ask to be a public face. Well, if it's a public post.
If her account is public, it's fine to share.
Sure.
If her account is not public, it's not fine to share.
Oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
You were talking about how he views...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he sees this woman with someone that she professes is a decent guy, right? But he can't accept that she just did that because women are already looking for nice men, or nice partners in general, I should say. Because if he admitted that, then that means that women don't go for assholes as a intention, and that means he can no longer define himself as a nice guy because then why is he single and has been single forever, right?
Yeah.
So he has to explain in his head she is now with a nice man because she was with an asshole and that trained her like a horse.
Okay. So, Bass.
Tea with Goblin says, you need to break a woman like a horse. This advice seems a little unstable.
Okay, Bass.
Again, we're 7 minutes in. We gotta hurry it up.
I know Bass is gonna watch this. He watches all the videos that you do on him. Yeah.
That's depressing.
Bass. I think that...
Oops, sorry.
I think you need to recalibrate your worldview. Your baseline is skewed. You are not a nice guy. I know that you think you are. Probably because you've never committed physical violence against anyone. But you are not a nice guy. You treat women subhumanly.
Yeah.
Like,
remember that time, Bass? I did a whole video on that time. You defended a murderer and a stalker and said that he defeated his victim in Mortal Kombat. Like, that's not nice. That's psychotic. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And
also, nice guys or nice people aren't fans of Sargon. Sorry to break it to you. Like, Sargon's a terrible person.
Seriously, Bass. Like, you know, you're an attractive guy. I know, you know, a bunch of guys that look like you. I actually have a lab mate that they have very similar, you know, like, appearances.
Yep.
But my lab mate isn't an asshole.
Yep.
And he's in a very loving relationship. Like, you can find that, Bass. You just have to start treating women the same as you would any male friend that you have. Like, we're humans. Women like people that are funny. Women like people that are kind, but not in the way that you view kindness. Not in the faux chivalry kind of way. In the caring, nurturing type of way of kindness. Like, doing thoughtful things for one another and being interested in the things she's interested in. And that goes both ways. She'll be interested in the things you're interested in. It's you just think that you are this nice guy, and you're not, because you treat women so... You think that women are a completely different entity, and we're not. We're exactly the same. We need the same things, fundamentally.
Blackwing Hecate says, hey, do you like bad boys? I'm such a bad boy. I'm now a girl.
That's good.
Okay, let's try and go at least a minute without pausing, because holy shit, we've been on this for 40 minutes.
And the reason why, here's the thing, and I always say it. I'm a broken record. Why does your son have to have a dad that neglects him?
He doesn't, which is why she broke up with him.
You didn't go a minute.
I know.
Because, and it's a good thing, presumably, hopefully, they get married and the man stays in the kid's life. Hopefully, I don't know. I can't see the future. Okay, I don't have the Sharingan. Well, the Sharingan mostly predicts what could happen based on the micro movements of the opponent's muscles. Whatever. I'm being a nerd. Point is, the point is.
See, Bass, that's endearing. I like people that nerd out about shit, that geek out about shit. I don't know what you were referencing, but that's endearing. That charm, that is what, like, helps you win someone over. Like, being vulnerable, showing things that you like, being nerdy.
Sure. Naruto. It's a reference to Naruto.
Okay.
There are plenty of women who are fans of Naruto, Bass.
He could stay, and she could get married, and everything could be great. I don't know. But it's like, your son still has a dad that neglected him. And again, to be fair to the complexities of reality, maybe her son grows up and says, "Meh, I don't care about my dad. I didn't need him. I had this wonderful man. We'll call him Steve. I had Steve. It's all good." Maybe. Or maybe he grows up and he resents his dad, and he wonders, why was I not enough for him? Why couldn't he just be there for me? Why couldn't he just...
Okay, that's on the dad for being a piece of shit. That's not on the mom.
Why do we have to deal with all of this? You know?
I'm wondering if maybe Bass is like the child of a single mom.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's more likely going to be the case that he just not care about his father at all and just accept Steve. Which, again, it is possible. You know, some kids, they do grow up like that. They just... Your dad is the sperm donor, and the man that raised them is the person they love and imprint on and connect with. It happens. But more likely than not, that's more rarer. What normally happens is the pain of being abandoned and neglected stays for a very long time until it's finally addressed. If it gets addressed, if it gets healed, if the person decides to, deal with the trauma. And the thing that bothers me is the fact that it didn't require the misery. It didn't require the pain. This is not something that any young woman should have to put herself through first before she finally comes to the reasonable conclusion that she should just be with a man that's just going to be kind and treat her well.
Every woman on the planet virtually already thinks that. This is not a revelation, Bass. You're not bringing the 10 Commandments down from Mount Sinai when you say, maybe you should have a partner who loves you and's kind. No shit! You're not Prometheus bringing fire to the humans. Can't say that word on Twitch. You're a red pillar on YouTube who thinks he's giving mind-blowing advice to women, and that advice is, have non-neglectful partners. No fucking shit, Bass.
Okay. Bass, The issue I'm seeing is that I want you to think, have you ever once thought, you know, I want a woman that's an asshole. I want someone that's not gonna come home and treat me with any respect. I want her to ignore me. I want her to be in her office doing work and to not engage with me at all. Have you ever once thought that that's what you wanted? Like, in seriousness. There's a difference between, like, you know, maybe... There's a difference between maybe thinking that, oh, like, we can do some fun little foreplay where you ignore me or whatever, and I have to, like, you know, woo you. But, like, have you ever seriously wanted that relationship? The answer is no. And that's the same for women. We're the same, Bass. I have never met someone that has ever wanted a neglectful, abusive partner. You go into a relationship looking for someone that is kind and genuine.
I get this a lot, and I think some men like Bass interpret confidence as being an asshole. Because if you look at someone, and I hate to use people in our everyday life, but let's look at someone like Jake, for instance, right? Jake can be an asshole, and Jake is very confident, but he's not an abusive partner, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's very confident, and he will make jokes and shit. Some even jokes that I think are sometimes over the line, but at the end of the day, he's a nice guy and an ally, and, like, yeah, he loves Sarah very much, you know? Like, I think someone like Bass looks at someone like Jake and just thinks he's a fucking asshole because Jake is confident and he tells a lot of jokes about how overly confident he is.
He's like cocky.
Cocky, sure. When that doesn't necessarily correlate negatively with, like, it doesn't correlate with being a shitty person in reality.
Yeah, you can be confident, you can be cocky, and not be abusive or degrading or neglectful.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of the people that are abusive are confident in their abusiveness.
Sure. Chrysia says, imprinting is pseudoscience bullshit. Stromboli for Wi-Fi says, sperm donation isn't a qualifier for fatherhood. Parenting is participation.
Yeah.
It's just, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. You know? Now, at first, one thing I was a little peeved off with was, I had noticed that at the end of the day, the woman was still thinking in a very materialistic view, right? At first, right? My first impression was I had noticed...
Bass, the fact that he was at Walmart buying stuff for her kid, it wasn't the fact that he was buying stuff, it was that he was thoughtful enough to go to the store and get presents, or a present, for her kid when he is not the father, showing that he actually cares about the kid and wants to make the kid happy. It's not about what the guy's buying. He could be buying dollar store toys if they're poor or whatever. Who cares? It doesn't matter. The point is not about the material, it's about the sentiment behind the action.
Yeah, it's about the... Again, women want people that are kind and nurturing, just like any other person.
Bro, my balls have always been big and I've never even been to Trinidad. I don't get this reference, whatever Jake is talking about.
But, like, it's not, she was giving an example of the care that this man gives to her child.
Yeah.
He could have cooked this kid's favorite meal and not bought anything, and it still would have been the exact same thing.
Sure.
She still would have been like, this man made my kid a birthday cake.
Sure.
This kid...
He put up decorations.
Yeah.
He helped plan the party. Whatever.
It's literally care that he is giving to the child that the child did not get from her ex-fiance.
The only thing she really ever I would say, I wouldn't go as far as say praise, but I guess displayed, was the material gain, right? Or like the sex appeal of this dude, or like how big his dick is and whatnot. I'm like,
again, this is complete projection. At no point did she talk about the size of this man's penis.
Okay, fast. Number one, you have no idea how big this dude's penis is. Number two, even if he had a small penis, if he was still a nice, nurturing father figure to her kid, there is no way that she's gonna let that man go. There are things that you can do without a penis.
I think nice, nurturing men know how to eat the box.
Yeah. And there are also, you know, plenty of people that are not well endowed.
True, especially because of the hormones.
Yeah.
I like it that way, but...
Same.
You know,
I would like it as small as possible.
I can't wait till the surgery. Same. My God.
Anyway, you can get, like, you know, attachments, things that can go over, like silicone extenders. It's not about the size. It's about the person that the dick is attached to. Like, that's it.
Both literally and figuratively. That's a lot. And more of the material stuff she got. Again, the trip to Universal Studios. That's what she has always.
Oh, she talked about the trip to Universal Studios too. That's just a nice date. That's an awesome date. Again, it's about the sentiment and the time they're spending together.
It's not even like a huge trip. They live in Florida.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, people in Florida go to like Disney or Universal.
That's like a day trip.
Regularly.
Like, sure, you have to buy tickets and stuff.
Yeah, and that's not cheap. But like, I could, like, if I lived in Florida, I could afford to take me and Baja. And I don't make that much money. Like, I don't make nothing. But I make about the national average in terms of income, I think. Right?
I don't know what the average is.
I think I'm about there. It varies because of the kind of job I have. But I'm about there. I could afford to take us to, if we lived in Florida and it was a 2-hour drive, I could take us to Disney maybe a couple times a year. If we wanted to. Like, that's not a huge expenditure if you live in Florida. And I think residence, it's cheaper. Whenever I went to Disney, it was more expensive because you're out of state. But if you present an in-state ID, I'm pretty sure it's cheaper. Or at least it used to be. Disney's been really fucky lately. I don't know what Universal Studios deal is, but I know resident pricing was cheaper.
Yeah, but like you don't have to pay for a hotel.
Yeah.
Like,
the biggest expenditure in my experience at theme parks, and I love theme parks, is if you're traveling there, the travel, the hotel, and the food. And the food is part of it if you're going as like a date. You know? It's a nice day out. You get a couple ridiculous meals at the Hank Pym Test Kitchen or whatever at that Disney. That's in California Adventure, actually, that one. You get it. Whatever.
Really focused on. And the thing that bothered me in her story...
Get a Dole Whip and a turkey leg.
...was the fact that that's what she focused on again. You know, if you
can get a turkey leg.
I do like turkey legs.
Noticed she talked about how her ex did not give materialistic things to her son, but her current boyfriend did. And my impression was that she's still stuck on the idea of materialism.
You buy your girl a diet grenade
element that fathers give to their children. And I wanted to say one thing that impressed me that I didn't expect was when I kept watching her story, she does show the one thing I did want to see, and the one thing I did want to see was Steve interacting with her son, and she did show that, and that's why I'm going to give her a couple of points. She gets a couple of points here because.
How do you think she'd feel if she found out the weird dude that hit on her at Walmart is cyber stalking her and commenting on her relationship with her boyfriend and her boyfriend's relationship with her kid?
It's really creepy.
Yeah. Two Man says, I live in Florida. And when I was in the middle school, we got year-long passes for Busch Gardens, which were half off for Florida residents at the time. And we went every weekend for a year until we got sick of it. Yeah, my grandparents growing years ago, they still, well, my grandfather's dead. My grandmother still lives there, though. But when they live in Florida. They lived about an hour away from Orlando, and they would buy season tickets to Disney with resident pricing. At the time, I think it was like $250 per ticket, but you could go as many times as you wanted for a year.
Huh.
So they would go to Disney just like, oh, you want to go to Disney this weekend? And they would go. If they're residents of Florida, they might just have something like that. I think actually Disney discontinued that like this last year with the new CEO, and Disney people are pissed off about it.
That sucks.
Yeah. Colston says, this lady is so materialistic for wanting a partner to buy her son a gift. What the fuck, man?
Like, the thing is, it's not even like she asked the guy to buy her son a gift.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point. He wanted to. Like, he loves her son. He probably views himself as the kid's dad. And, like, parents want to give their kids things normally. Like, if you have good parents, they want to help you out. Like, my dad loves coming and, like, you know, fixing things if we need his help.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, my dad's taught me how to fix things, and I'll just call him. I'll be like, hey, Mr. Blast, what do I do if a water heater went out? Like, how do I fix that? How do I know if it's, like, broke beyond repair? You know, like, it's just, parents want to do things for their kids.
Oh, it's the special Coke bottle from Galaxy's Edge.
Weird.
I gotcha. Jesus. Disney. Goddamn.
If I put my feet up on the table, can people see my feet?
Probably. Well, let me look. Kind of depends on where you put them.
Okay, I got it.
There we go.
No feet.
Colston says also it was the kid's B-day. That's the least he could have done. Yeah, it's pretty typical to give kids a birthday present on their birthday.
You know what? This kid could have gotten a fucking sucker for his birthday.
Yeah.
She does say that, one, she intends on giving Steve a child, right? Because one thing I had seen a lot with a lot of single mothers is that they'll have one child and then they'll swear off having more children. They'll just be like, okay, I'm done. I'm not having another kid again.
Okay, yes, and people get to decide how many kids they want.
And then they'll try to go find a man who's going to be a stepfather to their child. But in their infinite wisdom, they don't think that they should bless this man who would have the strength of character to raise someone else's kid, his own.
Okay. And they're consenting adults, so that's fine. You understand that, right? You aren't owed a child.
Dude, Bass, that's something you talk about on the first date. Do you want kids? Oh, you have a kid? Do you want more kids? Like, and he probably views that boy as his kid. It doesn't matter if he's biologically related to him. That doesn't matter at all to most people. It's your kid. You are in its life every single day. It's not like you think that she, because he is being a caring father, you think that she has to give him a child that's his own. He already has a kid. He is raising someone. He is providing for someone.
Brain Grape says, if anyone is watching Peter's stream, please report that shit. They're spreading a fire hose of misinformation. I have no opinion on that. Not watching it. Someone says the current season pass is $1,300 per person. Jesus.
Sorry, I don't know what I just did. I had to take.
They see all these great, wonderful qualities of this man who's going to give to their child.
Oh, it's the pass-through thing. Did the noise suddenly change? Probably because you can hear.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you can hear.
But for some reason their brains don't then come. Maybe I should reward this man's patience and strength of character and resolve.
Children aren't a reward, you sick fuck. They're human beings and responsibilities, you weirdo.
You should never ever have a kid to reward someone. What could you imagine being like, oh, I didn't necessarily want you, I just thought that your dad deserved to have a kid.
I think that part of this comes from, again, his worldview of he thinks he's a good person and he thinks he deserves a child because of that. He deserves the right to, like, have a kid, and he's projecting that out once again. A lot of this, I think, is projecting what he feels he has a right to.
With his own family.
Sky Comet Fallen says, he's assuming this man wants a child. Some men don't want children. Sure, he might not care. I assume that's been worked out between the two consenting adults in the relationship.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't think that. But I will give it to this woman. She did. And my first impression was wrong. I'm glad my microphone wasn't turned on, because she did grow. There is some growth here. But
this is a random woman he hit on at Walmart!
Despite it all, despite the growth that is here, despite the fact that she kind of finally recognizes...
You know what I've never seen from you, Bass? Growth. I've never seen it. Stop focusing on this random woman at Walmart, who I'm very happy for that she found someone, you know, whatever, this random stranger. I'll never know who she is.
I hope she never finds this video.
I hope not. Jesus Christ, how creepy.
Bass, unless you explicitly got her permission, which I don't think you did, I hope you know that this video crosses an actual line.
Yeah, this is fucked up. It's different, like, and I'm sure his response would be like, but you're covering me. Yeah, Bass, you're a public internet figure who is putting out stuff like this constantly as, like, a hobby, and you have a persona. Presumably, like she's just posting shit on Instagram or Snapchat as an individual person
and we're not,
about her personal life, you weirdo.
We're not broadcasting things about her dynamic between her kid and the other parent. That's weird.
Is that, you know, she should
like half
return the investment of good quality, you know, good fathership to a man that has displayed these qualities. It's like, why did the pain and misery have to be sowed first before you finally recognize this? Why did you have to go through the rigmarole? Excuse me. Why did you have to go through the misery before you finally was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna be with a good person? And the truth is, it's probably some trauma in her life at some point in time that was never addressed. It was probably just her, you know being stuck in the loop. And that's what happens to a lot of people. You know, a lot of people, they get stuck in the loop.
Two-Man says, what part of Florida does this guy live in? I hope to avoid any accidental interactions with this idiot.
He said Jackson.
No.
Phil. He said it in the fucking
you're right. Okay,
video.
He did. Okay.
I'm not fucking doxing him. He literally put it in his video.
Gotcha.
And hurt people.
But
hurt people.
For a second. The fucking trauma that she experienced might have been from this relationship shit that she had. Like, you're not presenting a revelation.
And then, you know, people, again, they only seek materialistic gain. They only seek...
This guy screams Florida man.
Things. People want to use other people to get stuff. And it's only...
Like you apparently want to use other women for sex and to bear your child.
Finally, until after they've been just downright broken in, just beaten down before they finally recognize it. And the thing, and like I said, it's just, it's so irksome to me that this all could have been avoided. And of course, here's the thing. Well, I do say, why didn't you just marry that man to begin with? It's like, you can't go back in time. You can't reset.
What's the point of this video then?
As a mother, you probably don't want to delete your child from existence, right? You know, like after 4, 5, 6 years, you probably don't want to like just, you know, erase all that time you had with your child thinking that you could have just married this man 6.
Nick says, you know what could have been avoided? This fucking video. Blackwing Hecate says, Bass doesn't seem to get that time is a linear progression of cause and effect.
Years ago. I get that. That's reasonable.
I'm speeding
but
this
to the
thing
point,
up.
I think what's important and what needs to be, I think what really needs to be pushed, especially from the mother's point of view, from any single mother, from anyone. Hold on. I think the thing that really needs to be pushed, you know, particularly from the single mother point of view, especially to younger women coming up behind them, to give back to their community, is this realization that pain, misery, nonsense does not mean that you are rewarded or that you deserve love or that you've done anything or been granted.
No one
right?
thinks
because
that.
That's something else that I see here that really irks, that I find very irksome about.
No one thinks that, Bass.
Ladies, is that
It's not. He thinks that when people say, "Oh, I'm so glad that I got out of that previous relationship and that I found XYZ good person now," he thinks that they think that they needed to go through that when it's really just appreciating what you have now.
Because they went through all this nonsense that now they finally found the love they deserved. But it's like, no, you idiot. No, you dummy. You probably went your whole life just playing a Seal of Calcos and sending all the dudes that would have given you that good life to begin with, send their soul straight to the Shadow Realm. Let's just be real. And that is what's so irksome to me.
It is. I was correct. He basically just thinks, well, if all women like, you know, terrible bad boys.
It's like, there's no way you went your whole friggin' life without ever meeting a good man that just wanted to love you and just wanted to make your life better. Let's just be real.
She probably thought her ex-fiance was that, you idiot.
You probably just didn't want him at the time. You probably just put him in the friend zone. You probably rejected him. You probably didn't care. That's probably what would have happened, right?
The friend zone doesn't exist. You don't deserve anything from a woman. You don't deserve to be in a relationship with someone just because you treat them with kindness and are their friend.
That's the bare minimum of being a decent human being.
Look at this, Bass. If you were friends with a dude that just so happened to also be attracted to men, do you think that it would be okay for him to say that you friend zoned him?
Yeah.
Because you treated him nicely and just like any other friend? Like, you're not attracted to him. Of course you just want to be friends. That woman, if she just wants to be your friend, she's not attracted to you. And you know what? It's because your fucking attitude, Bass. It's because of your attitude.
You finally grasp how wonderful and beautiful it is to have this only after misery, only after pain. So it's like, it's not even so much that you're really glued to appreciate it. It's not really that you're really glued to values you really learned. It's that you're just so broken and distraught and beaten down that now, finally, after all the nonsense is gone, it's sometimes it's kind of like you just gave up. Sometimes it feels like it's a little too much of a performance. Like even with the girl here, sometimes it feels it's a bit much. It's still looking for validation on the internet. It's still looking for to have people praise her and give her adulation and whatnot. It still seems that way because which I say for another time, but it's like from women, a lot of the times they think that they deserve so much, but the truth of the matter is, you still didn't do anything than show up and be a woman with a big butt. You still didn't do anything but show up and be a pretty woman. You still didn't.
You think all you need to do to be owed a child is to be a relatively friendly, decent person, and you fail to even cross that very low bar.
Look, Bass, women are not vending machines that you can put kindness coins into and get a baby out. That's not how it works. You can't just be like, insert coin here. I'm gonna press the not friend zone button. Like, fuck off, Bass.
How Bass thinks women work. Is this gonna be the punch card meme? Oh no. He slid your panties off and slid his Ew. Yeah, I can't read that. That's TOS.
Didn't do anything but just appear as so. Her mind and growth still didn't occur until after the man bought gifts for her child, and after the man sat around and played with her child, and after the man showed. It wasn't a growth prior to. She didn't look for it to begin with. It literally just fell into her lap. and that's the issue. That's the thing that bothers me. She tripped and fell into it, doing the same thing she was doing before, and she just got lucky. And it's like, but is it really luck? I mean, when I say, is it really luck, it's like, when you're an attractive woman, it's one thing if you're not an attractive woman, which we have to discuss one of these days. It's one thing if you're not a woman that hasn't had so many options and just been bombarded. But when you have been, especially when you're an entertainer or a quote-unquote sex worker or internet sex worker, quote-unquote, it's like, why did it take so long for you to finally just accept the goodness that was just blasted in your face constantly? Why did it take misery?
Is he just upset? Like, is this woman a sex worker and he's just so upset
I don't know.
she turned him down?
That's a typical, MGTOW word I can't say talking point. They think that, all women are sex workers. They legit seem to think that, 90% of the population of women is on OnlyFans. It's very weird.
And pain and sadness. Why did your child have to not have his father in his life before you finally say to yourself, before it finally comes down to, wow, this man is playing with my kid and teaching himself and he's learning. Wow.
She already wanted that. It's the guy's fault he failed to do that.
I should have had this the whole time. Why? And my whole point here is to say...
Freaking out says, guy is putting kindness pennies in vending machine and expecting a full-on baby. Dude won't even get a Pepsi or Lifesavers.
That pain and misery and sadness, you know, first of all, like, before I even get to the closing thoughts, we still have to just accept the reality that a lot of the choices that a lot of young ladies are making, again, are not made with wisdom. They're not made with value and intention and virtue, just to be frank. It's just self-adulation. It's just material. It's just validation. And again, who fits the bill? I'm going to say this all the time. Who fits the bill? Who pays the cost?
No,
the children that get made.
I paused it for a reason.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you did that.
Yeah, done it twice now. Bass. Young people are gonna make stupid fucking decisions.
You make stupid decisions every day when you post videos on your channel.
Like, what do you think is gonna happen? And people make stupid decisions even if people that are older than them say, hey, that's a stupid decision that you're gonna regret later. It doesn't matter. You have to have the experience yourself.
Speedy Yoshi says, I think Bass really needs one of these. Not found.
They fit the cost. And again, on the one hand, she's still focused on the materialism. Right, so she gets points deducted for that. But at the same time, I have to be fair. I try my best to be fair and to be kind to people. So I'm going to give her some points. She did show that this man is investing in her child. But at the same time, it's like, it shouldn't take a man from outside of your family to come in and heal it. You should have started from the beginning like that.
He's not.
And the problem is a lot of women, they're not going out and telling other young ladies and telling women and saying, listen, you do not have to experience the misery I felt. You don't have to experience the pain. It's always this narrative of wait for what you deserve, wait for the love, you deserve it, you're going to get it, just be patient. It's like, no. There's no, you as a woman need to go out and be kind and be virtuous and be good and then go find that in a man. And then it's none of that. It's just wait. Just wait. Just be patient. Go have experiences. Go.
Oh, second attempt. Congrats, you exist. That was good.
Have fun. You messed up. You're a single mother now. It's okay. Just wait. It's going to come. And it's like, yeah, it might come. Of course it's going to come because you're a woman. But do you really value it? Does it really have weight? Does it really have meaning? And that's the problem that I'm having because it's still the utilization of males rather than the appreciation and love of them. There shouldn't be a narrative of like deserving love. Love is a gift. Love is something that you should always appreciate being given to. It's never something.
This contradicts everything you just said! What the fucking fuck?
Something you should expect. And that's one of the biggest issues I have with a lot of...
Whoa. Bass. Hun. Literally. That sentence, love is a gift and it's not something that you should expect, is exactly what women think too. That's exactly what women think too. They don't have to give you love. Like, bro, come the fuck on. We're not that different. We're not that different. We all just want love. We want to find someone to mutually give love and care to.
We're not so different, you and I.
Young ladies, is this expectation that they should just get men to just do things and give them something, rather than they should honestly come to terms with the reality. The reality is, you didn't do anything to deserve this, to deserve the protection, to deserve the kindness, to deserve this. And it is by grace, it is by whatever sexual power it is by whatever force it is compelling this man's character. He's giving and he's sacrificing to you. And as a woman, that should humble the fuck out of you. You should be grateful. That should be a weight on your shoulders that makes you want to be better and rise up to match that.
Pause this. Babs, why are you putting the onus on the men to protect people? Like, you are the one enforcing that. You're the one telling your followers that they have to, if they're the man, protect and care and blah, 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 blah. You're putting that on the men's shoulders. Not women. I don't need anyone to protect me. I don't need anyone to protect me at all. I certainly don't need a man to protect me. I have never needed a man to protect me. And I never will need one to protect me. It's not something I look for. At all.
Rather than you sit around and just, oh, I'm just going to wait till I deserve it. I got a baby daddy that neglects my child, but I'm just going to wait because I deserve it. You know, I deserve something good. No. There should be loads more humility and loads more appreciation.
Does he think
especially
that she
I don't know.
She deserved it?
He's projecting so much of his own perception and his own, like, preconceptions onto this woman that he met at Walmart and who presumably was like, I'm dating someone.
Like, she never, ever indicated that I'm just gonna wait because I deserve someone better. That's not what happened. She was just vibing being a single mom and fine with being a single mom for the rest of her life. That's how plenty of women live their lives. Like, there are plenty of single women out there. They don't even want to date. They're fine with it. There are women out there that don't date in general because they're just chilling. They're fine being themselves. They're fine not being in a relationship. Until I met Hannah, I was fine not being in a relationship. I didn't need it. Like, I'm a whole, complete person. But just like that other woman, I stumbled upon someone that I love and gives my life more fulfillment.
Woo.
Like, she adds to my life.
Man's gonna come raise a child that's not his own. You should be incredibly grateful for that. And I think it just really breaks my heart a lot when I see this expectation rather than this appreciation that someone is willing to give and sacrifice so much for you. And that's one thing I wanted to highlight. So again, I am glad that, you know, this is one of the rare cases where I've seen a single mother say, you know, I want to have the babies of a good man. Because usually I see single mothers like, I have my kids and then I'm done. I'm going to find another man that doesn't have kids and somehow make it work because that's fair. So I'll give her points for that one. But at the same time, like, there should be a lot of humility. There needs to be a lot more humility in young ladies in understanding that there is beauty in that humility of understanding that you may not have done anything to earn the love. And it is because you didn't do anything, honor should compel you to become someone that does earn it and does deserve it. And that's the lesson.
No, you.
Whoa. He just said you need to earn it and so that you can deserve love. Then previous, he just said no one deserves love.
I don't know. He's just talking.
Okay.
Unless he says a British thing in the next 20 seconds, no one wins because he only did it twice. And we said under 2 or above 2. We didn't say 2 or... Yeah. Tea with Goblin says, when you grow up in an environment that makes you feel ugly, unworthy or unlovable for any reason, you have a choice. Allow your resentful loneliness to consume you until it becomes an identity and a political position, or you can use it to recognize that everyone else has the same vulnerability and need for love and affirmation. The latter requires resilience and patience. Evidently, Bass has neither.
And that's the thing that's important that I think everyone, even young men, can take away from this. So that being said, I just hope you guys got something out of today's video. And if you did, man, you know, go ahead and click the like button. If you go click that, comment below. As always, you guys have your...
I hate him.
There wasn't a third one. We didn't count it because there wasn't a third one.
Okay, so that's Bass. Do not go to Peter's stream and harass him. Disclaimer, leave Peter the fuck alone. Don't. Whenever we cover Peter, or anyone I cover for that matter, it's like being in a wildlife reserve that's drive-through, right?
Yeah.
You observe, you don't interact.
Yeah.
Do not touch the poop.
Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
Rule 1, don't touch the poop.
There are definitely people from your stream in there.
I've told him not to.
You care what's in the fire direction?
As long as it helps me stay safe, I'm okay.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
They're doing the stick to your skin thing. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's find someone to raid. And no one say Peter, I'm not gonna raid Peter. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that would count as brigading.
Yep, not doing that shit. Hey, this guy's doing QAnon stuff, though. Alright, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Tin Foil
You can get the mixes.
Tuesday.
Dookie, that's the link. Get it now.
Will do.
Get them.
Alright, adios.